If you're jonesing for some Sabres hockey, we're only 8 days away from their return on the 25th. But in the meantime, Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden are in action today at 3:10, taking on Latvia. With the victory, they'll move on to the quarterfinal, where they'll face Tage Thompson and Team USA. In other news, in the Olympics and for Team USA, another dominant performance from the U.S. women's hockey team. The Americans picked up another lopsided win after crushing Sweden in the semifinal 5-0. They've breezed to the final, outscoring opponents 31-1 while recording 5 consecutive shutouts. They can finish one of the most dominant runs in Olympic history with a win over rival Canada, who they already obliterated in the prelims in the gold medal game on Thursday. Elena Myers-Taylor won gold in women's monobob and became the oldest women's bobsled medalist at 41 years old. Kaylee Humphreys won bronze. And a look now at the gold medal rankings. Norway still on top, 28 total medals, 12 gold, 7 silver, 9 bronze. Italy is in second with 23 total medals, 8 gold, 4 silver, and 11 bronze. And USA is in third with 19 total medals, 6 gold, 8 silver, and 5 bronze. A quick Bills update. It's being reported that work has been suspended at Highmark Stadium due to graffiti in several secure locations in both finished and unfinished areas of the stadium project site. And around the NFL, the teams can begin applying franchise or transition tags today through March 3rd. Potential franchise tag candidates around the league are George Pickens, Daniel Jones, Alec Pierce, Kyle Pitts, Kenneth Walker, Trey Hendrickson, and Breece Hall. In other news, the Dolphins released wide receiver Tyreek Hill. Hill's agent, Drew Rosenhaus, said Hill wants to continue playing once he's fully recovered from his knee injury. The Dolphins also released linebacker Bradley Chubb. You can join Bulldog and WGR in the fight against cancer by riding with the WGR Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 27th. When you sign up, you'll get a rider gift from WGR and Tom's Pro Bike on Walton Avenue in Lancaster. Not riding? You can still make a difference by donating to any of our team members. Every dollar goes directly to Roswell Park. Get all the details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550, now on 107.7 and 104.7 FM.
I saw Philip Grubauer on the goalie. There's a goalie cart.
Goalie cart.
I haven't seen the goalie cart yet.
At the Olympics, yeah.
Immediately to senior goaltending correspondent Owen Parker.
Shuttling goalies around.
Ever been on a cart?
I don't think I ever made it onto. You know what? I was never on like a golf cart. I got on like the Home Depot things that you use to transport wood around.
Like a pallet jack?
Yeah, like a pallet jack.
You got taken somewhere on a pallet jack?
Pallet jack.
In El Paso, when I was down there,
all right.
Their locker room was in a storage container outside the arena.
Tell me at least.
I used to ride those like it was a scooter when I used to work in retail.
There was a pallet on the pallet jack when you're riding it, right? You didn't just ride the rails.
No, you got to ride the rails.
Not ride. I was not riding the metal.
Well, no, you wouldn't.
Yeah,
you were in equipment. You were in equipment.
If you're taking passengers somewhere, there's a pallet on there.
Yeah,
right.
It was, close though.
So you rode on a pallet jack. Okay, hey, why not do that at the Olympics then? Because the pallet jack.
Do the Sabres have a goalie cart when they shuttle the players? Because the players go from the Harbor Center ice to get back to their locker rooms at KeyBank Center. You ever see how they get back across? They do it like you see it on Instagram sometimes, on Twitter.
They use the skate skin thing.
The players have like the roller
blades.
skate attachments that go on their skates, and that's how the skaters and they go across the bridge that like you would go across in the Harbor Center parking lot.
Which is really funny to see every time.
Oh, and they always hop over the one like where it gets to KeyBank Center. There's a little bump.
Yeah.
There's a bump there, so they always hop over. But I don't know that I remember what the goalies do. So maybe the goalies get shuttled.
I believe they do. I have an image in my head of Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen in like rookie training camp with like the orangest pads you've ever seen riding down an escalator.
I think they ride big wheels is what they do. No, Luukkonen on the escalator is definitely. I've seen that as a meme a couple times.
Yes, I've seen that a few times.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe, Owen and Alt Joe are both here as well. We're here on a Tuesday. Happy to have you. There's a fog warning, dense fog advisory. The first real sign of spring. First spring comes with a heavy fog because stuff starts to melt. So a dense fog warning, and that's expected to roll pretty much through 10 a.m. My guess is down by the water it's much denser. You know, we're up here in the North Towns in our Amherst studios, and coming from the city into here, like a little bit, foggy, but nothing crazy. So if it's foggy down by you, be careful. And good morning. We are a couple things. I guess some exciting news. Maybe you're hearing us on the WGR Sports Radio 550. Maybe you're hearing us and watching us on YouTube. Hello to the bullpen of the chat that's up early. Maybe you're listening to us on the app. Maybe you're listening to us on one of the streaming services. Maybe you're listening to us after this show on a podcast. Or maybe you are on 107.7 and 104.7 FM, where we are now simulcasting, in which case, hi.
What's up, FM?
Or if you're listening on one of those others and you can get FM better where you are, you can do that. We are simulcasting on 107.7 and 104.7 FM, and that will be what happens now.
That's just going forward.
Yeah.
FM.
So you can decide if our voices are any different over there.
They probably do sound a little different, right?
I'm a little raspier just in general today, so.
So what do you think that helps you then? Would you rather be AM or FM with a raspy voice?
That's a good question. That I don't know.
I think AM might increase the I don't know.
Maybe.
I'm going to be guessing.
I just think if we ever make a bad take, we can just chalk it up to, that was just an FM take. That one didn't. That was streamed. I was on FM. Anyway.
Right. FM only.
So here we are. Good morning. Germany and France in a hockey game right out of the gates.
Italy and Switzerland, too.
Yeah.
You got 2 games at 6:10 in the morning. And then there'll be a couple of games later on. I don't really think you have any great games in terms of, 2 close teams. I think if you go on a little bit later, maybe there's one of those. But I think it's a lot of heavy favorites today. So,
yep.
Sweden should take care of Latvia. I guess Czechia, Denmark. That's a 10:40 would be the closest game today.
The best story might be if Italy can knock off Switzerland and win a game on home ice. It'd be great.
It'd be insane.
Yeah. On the women's side, of course, the final will be tomorrow.
Yes, between Canada and the
U.S.
U.S.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow?
Thursday. It's Thursday.
Tomorrow would be U.S. and Sweden. That's
right. That's right. Tomorrow's U.S. Sweden. Thursday is U.S. Canada final. That'll be 1:10 p.m. Switzerland and Sweden play for the bronze at 8:40 in the morning. If the U.S. women were to lose to Canada, would it be Miracle on Ice Part 2? The U.S. women's team has dominated on a level that I should go back and check. Does the Soviet Union team of 1980 have a plus 30 goal differential?
I think it might be a little higher because I think did you watch the Miracle documentary on Netflix? The 1981?
I don't remember. They beat somebody by 15?
More. I think I was stunned to see as they were, they did their couple minutes on, what the Soviets had been doing while the U.S. were, becoming a group. And they played, the Netherlands and beat them, 16-2.
Okay.
And then played Japan and won, 19-0. So they might have had a little higher of a number.
Okay.
But it's as close as I've ever seen. What's their goal? What's the Team USA goal differential right now? They've allowed 1 goal still in the whole tournament? Their numbers are insane. And meanwhile, Canada is having some trouble with Switzerland. which if you know anything about the women's game in women's tournaments recently, like it usually is a long shot to have anybody that isn't the U.S. or Canada play these teams close. Like usually you're getting 5-0 minimum when they're playing other teams, when they're playing Sweden, when they're playing Finland, when they're playing Switzerland. And Canada like narrowly pulling one out against Switzerland and getting drubbed by the U.S. women earlier in the tournament. Yeah, they got to be a huge favorite, I think, going into tomorrow.
They are in the tournament to this point 31-1.
31-1. They've allowed one goal.
Yes.
Did you see the one goal? The one goal was a penalty shot as she was coming out of the box. So it wasn't like it was a real goal, but there's no like 5-on-5 play or rush or anything. Like that's the only scenario.
Scores 5-1, 5-0, 5-0, 5-0, 6-0, 5-0.
Nuts.
Right.
Yeah.
And should you just guess 5-0 against Canada? I mean, they beat Canada 5-0 a week ago.
Right. They're minus 450 to win that game. I
That's
like that. I think I like that.
That's it?
Yeah, they should be more than that, I think.
They probably should. Yeah, so here we go into the...
tomorrow's going to be a great day of hockey.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Well, that's Thursday, but tomorrow...
right. So both tomorrow and Thursday will be great days of hockey.
Yep. The men's schedule, of course, quarterfinals will be tomorrow, semifinal Friday, and then the final will be on... If the U.S. makes it, is Sunday.
And assuming Sweden beats Latvia today, you'll get your USA, Sweden, your Tage versus Dahlin tomorrow at 3.
That's good. That's good. One factor, I'm going to complain about this preemptively. The U.S. games have all been at the same time, like 3 p.m. local time.
Yep.
Which means they are the latest game. The U.S. men's team has been playing the late game over there. And
it's like 9:20.
9:20, and the players aren't getting to bed routinely until like 1 or 2 a.m., and the gold medal game, for what it's worth, is the early game. So their body clock is going to be playing night games, and then, by the way, gold medal games like at noon for them.
Right.
So preemptive complaint.
Conspiracy?
Sure.
To beat the U.S.?
If you want it. Preemptive complaint. So anyway, we'll talk about the Olympic tournament with Paul coming up at 7:30. Until then, we're wide open for you. We can talk about a lot of different things. This morning, the NFL offseason starting to take shape. The Dolphins made a bunch of moves yesterday. They'll probably make a bunch more. Everyone kind of waiting on Tua.
Yep.
But Tyreek Hill and Bradley Chubb and guard James Davis have also, among others, Nick Westbrook-Akine, who is a favorite of Joe and I, on a little inside joke, because the fantasy sites always suggest that you pick up Nick Westbrook-Akine.
All the time.
All the time.
Doesn't matter where he is or what team he's on or anything.
He's the best receiver who's never been rostered in the history of a fantasy football league.
All right.
So the Dolphins are starting to do that, the offseason taking shape in that way, and franchise tags, players commenting about their future, whether that's Alec Pierce, Mike Evans' watch is out there. So, the offseason's picking up. The franchise tag window opens today. So teams can place the franchise tag on players. We'll see who gets that.
Schefter just reported the Seahawks will not be doing that. Or, excuse me, they will be doing that with Kenneth Walker.
They will.
Sorry, I misread it twice. It's unlikely the Seahawks will use their franchise tag on Kenneth Walker.
Right. The list of franchise tag candidates, the most likely franchise tag candidate is George Pickens.
Yes.
And I don't know if you think about Alec Pierce. The Colts are a conversation on their own.
Yep.
Because I'm seeing people suggesting they could cut Michael Pittman and sign Alec Pierce, because Michael Pittman, if they cut him, would save them $19 million on the cap.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that doesn't make any sense at all.
Mm-hmm.
They can also just extend him and save $18 million on the cap. We'll see what they do. We can have that conversation, though.
I saw that Kyle Pitts might be a good candidate also in Atlanta because the tight end number is not that high. So he could be another guy that's tagged in the next day or two, couple days here.
Breece Hall is on this list of potential franchise tag players.
Yeah, Jacksonville has 2 guys they could do it with, Devin Lloyd or Travis Etienne. Neither position's expensive. And both players are good, right? Neither player's like a superstar, but both are good players.
Is Devin?
Someone mentioned Devin Lloyd for the Bills the other day.
I was just going to say, is Devin Lloyd a player we should hope does not get franchised specifically so he gets to market and the Bills can maybe take a run?
I think so. You know what? I think I forgot about the stipulation in the Devin Lloyd franchise tag decision? I think they're still doing it where they're including pass rushers in linebacker. So they're not tagging him. His number would be $28.2 million. So, I mean, he could still sign there. But, yeah, like, to me, any linebacker that is relatively good coming available would be good for the Bills. Because it either is going to be a good idea for them or it's going to push down somebody else that'll be a good idea for them. If they're in the Alex Singleton market and there's another team that wants him, but they'll pivot to Devin Lloyd, then you no longer have as much competition for your guy. So I think flooding the market with as many pass rushers, linebackers, receivers, that's probably the best case scenario, I would think.
Well,
and you got a pass rusher yesterday that's available, Bradley Chubb.
That's right.
Who played for Vance Joseph. This is going to be Denver East now, right?
Boy.
It used to be Carolina North. Now it's Denver East.
Bradley Chubb.
19.5 sacks in 2 years with Miami.
I'm going to have to go ahead and check everybody's receipts on this one. A player played for Miami and disappointed. I'm sure Bills fans spent the last 2 years calling this guy the most washed loser ever. Now he's available. Like, I got to be honest, that guy might be worth something now. Mm-hmm. I think I like what I see. I think the numbers are a little bit misleading, Joe.
Did he disappoint?
He definitely disappointed.
He had 19.5 sacks in 2 years, and he led the league in forced fumbles.
His pass rush win rate last year was like 11%.
Okay.
Which is rough. He was very bad. Put it this way, if he can still play, why aren't they trading him? Because nobody will take the contract?
At the money, right.
Right. So they're just going to get out from under that. The Dolphins, to me, are going to be super interesting because I'm going to target their 11th pick the entire offseason. The whole offseason. I'm going to try.
Target how? Like to trade up?
Yep. I'm going to talk them into, you want a quarterback next year. And the best thing you could...
I'm sure that's what they want.
And the best thing you could possibly do to get one is dump out of 11 for a team that will give you next year's first to come all the way up to 11. That's the best thing that they could do. Now, I don't know if there's a quarterback that could get somebody to come up there. That's the problem. Let's look
Ty
at
Simpson's the only one that maybe has a thought about it.
And listen, it's the Bills model. That was a draft class, the quarterbacks that year, with Mahomes going 10th. That was a quarterback class not thought of as highly as the year after it, which you had 5 first-rounders, right? Mm-hmm. That class before is Trubisky, it's
Mahomes,
and Deshaun Watson. And Deshaun Watson and Mahomes go out. Mahomes goes 10th, and Watson goes outside of the top 10. Mm-hmm. So the point I'm making is Trubisky goes, a team wants a quarterback, it's the Chiefs. They call the Bills, they're going to come up 17 spots. Mm-hmm. We'll give you a first, and they do it for a quarterback. Would the Dolphins slide down 15 spots to where the Bills are at 26 for anything less than a future first? I don't know if they would. Mm-hmm. But there probably aren't teams calling for a quarterback. Could I find my way to a pick slide where Miami thinks we're stockpiling for next year, we're grabbing a 2027 first, and we're trading our first to the Bills? I'm going to be targeting it the whole year because it's the best way to get a truly great player is to find a spot to pick 11th. Also, for what it's worth, the draft order this year, this is another reason. I hope you're ready for me to lay out my point. You know who picks 9th? Kansas City. Mm-hmm. You know who picks 10th? Cincinnati. Let's pick 11th. Let's make sure the teams that we spent the whole playoffs and run up to the playoffs saying, well, at least they're not here. Well, they're going to pick 9th and 10th. Let's pick 11th. Mm-hmm. Let's make sure we're not going to fall behind them this year on this pick. And I know it's not scientific to kind of line that up, but I don't care. Guess who the next AFC team to pick is after you do if you pick at 11? Baltimore. Okay.
Right, Baltimore. How about that? All 3 of those teams in the top 15.
Yep. They're all picking right there. So I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna get in there. And I'm gonna stretch my legs and make sure I can get a spot. I know who I want to, and I'm not sure they'll be available at 11. But anyway, conversation for another day. Mm-hmm. Tyreek Hill, Bradley Chubb. Anybody want to do either one of those? Because I don't want to do either one of those.
I mean, I don't think either would be expensive. I don't even want to entertain the idea of the Bills signing Tyreek Hill going forward. Just no interest whatsoever. Off that injury, he is a walking arrest every single spring, right? The list of things that he has done is offensive over the last 10 years. So don't want him. Chubb, if he's cheap, basically, to me. He has experience playing in this type of defense, edge rusher. I don't like that his pass rush win rate numbers aren't very good. So maybe he'll be a trick to some team. Are there dumb teams out there that are still doing it just on sacks? Because if you look at that and say 20 sacks in the last 2 years, I'm in. But what is that going to cost you? Is that going to cost you what Joey Bosa cost you? $12 million? $13 million? He's not getting a big deal, a monster deal. So maybe I could be talked into him if the price was down and you're doing other stuff at the position too. But otherwise, like, I don't feel the need to want anything that Miami's cutting bait on right now. Like, Waddle would be the only name that I would want to be talking about from their current roster. And
that's definitely worth considering now, because why are they keeping him? What's the timeline for keeping him? Don't they want to lose games?
I think so. I think they're about to do is it even a quiet tank? Maybe it's a loud tank.
It's a full rebuild. They're cutting everything that's not bolted down.
Right. That should include him. I mean, 27 years old. You're gonna wait 1 year because you're gonna go to the bottom. Then you're gonna draft a guy, and he'll be a rookie. By the time he's going into his second year, Waddle's 30. Like, that still works, but he's had injury problems too. Like, to me, if you're them, that should be, let's sell this now. Mm-hmm. There's value to it. We got a couple years until we're probably going to be good again. He might still be good. He might not. So let's do it now. Like, to me, that makes a lot of sense that he would be traded this offseason. And the Bills reportedly had discussions about him at the trade deadline. Which, again, to revisit that, why? Well, different GM, right? Like, different GM would be maybe the answer here. It was Chris Greer that the Bills, or Chris Greer's interim GM, that the Bills would have been talking to at the deadline. Now it's the new guy who is about to put this plan into place, cutting bait on everybody, clearing cap space, dumping Tua, going to the bottom, drafting your new guy next year probably. So that guy's going to want picks in 2027, which is what the Bills reportedly were offering them at the deadline. Would they do the same deal now? Different GM? Would a different GM say yes to the same deal that they offered them at the deadline?
He might. This is where I'm going to, maybe I'll put a Twitter poll up. What's a better idea? What's a better use of the 2027 first-round pick? Is a better use of that pick Jalen Waddle or moving to 11?
Moving to 11.
I agree.
I would say moving to 11.
I think it's a better value to move to 11.
If I'm Miami, though, if I'm Miami, I say Waddle. I'd rather give you Waddle for this. I'm not giving you 11.
Sure.
I'm keeping 11.
But
I want your first. Trust me. Like, maybe actually this is their way of getting two. Is I'm going to trade Waddle for a 27 first. I'm going to do my trade down idea on top of it.
Right.
Now I have 3 firsts and 27 when I'm trying to get a guy.
If you're going to do
that's really what they should do.
You're going to do a full rebuild. You should. And another reason to consider the Dolphins here and how they should handle this, and how Bills fans, like, if you want to call Miami and get in on this, and we could talk about the best ideas, but the Jets' future draft picks, the Jets are loaded. If you're Miami, you are in direct competition with the Jets to make sure you get the right quarterback, because they're going to be bad again. Their coach is probably bad, maybe even a sacrificial lamb on a silent tank again. They just traded Sauce Gardner and Quinn Williams for future firsts.
Yep.
They have 2 firsts this year, 3 firsts next year.
Yeah, and I think they have 2 seconds this year too.
They do.
Yeah.
They do. So if you're Miami,
they have 3 firsts next year already.
Yes.
Do they really?
They do. They have.
I didn't know it was that much.
They have the Cowboys and the Colts first pick already. And if you're Miami,
yeah, there it is.
Let's say you want a quarterback next year. Guess what? So does the team in your division. So, like, the desperation that Miami and the Jets should have to get the quarterback position right. You are in a division that will have Josh Allen and Drake May, who I'm sorry, we still like, and the third team in that division is going to pick as high as they want, because they're going to have 3 firsts and be bad.
I was going to say they're going to be just as bad as you, and right now they have more capital. Yep. They have their own pick, they have the Colts pick, and they have the more favorable pick between Cowboys and Packers.
We got to get out. Now that we're simulcasting in multiple places, we have to get out on time. They never would have tasked Howard with this. He never could have handled this over the years. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring, 803-0550. When we get back, I've got bad news about all this. Turns out the Bills have the least to work with in the entire NFL for this offseason. There you go.
Sweet.
Statistically, I'll break that down. 803-0550 here on WGR. Dolphins, to me, are going to be super interesting because I'm going to target their 11th pick the entire offseason. The whole offseason. I'm going to try...
Target how? Like to trade up?
Yep. I'm going to talk them into, you want a quarterback next year. And the best thing you could...
Oh, I'm sure that's what they want.
And the best thing you could possibly do to get one is dump out of 11 for a team that will give you next year's first to come all the way up to 11. That's the best thing that they could do. Now, I don't know if there's a quarterback that could get somebody to come up there. That's the problem. Let's look
Ty
at
Simpson's the only one that maybe has a thought about it.
And listen, it's the Bills model. That was a draft class, the quarterbacks that year, with Mahomes going 10th. That was a quarterback class not thought of as highly as the year after it, which you had 5 first-rounders, right? Mm-hmm. That class before is Trubisky. It's
Mahomes,
and Deshaun Watson. And Deshaun Watson and Mahomes go out. Mahomes goes 10th, and Watson goes outside of the top 10. Mm-hmm. So the point I'm making is Trubisky goes, a team wants a quarterback, it's the Chiefs. They call the Bills, they're going to come up 17 spots. Mm-hmm. We'll give you a first, and they do it for a quarterback. Would the Dolphins slide down 15 spots to where the Bills are at 26 for anything less than a future first? I don't know if they would. Mm-hmm. But there probably aren't teams calling for a quarterback. Could I find my way to a pick slide where Miami thinks we're stockpiling for next year, we're grabbing a 2027 first, and we're trading our first to the Bills? I'm going to be targeting it the whole year because it's the best way to get a truly great player is to find a spot to pick 11th. Also, for what it's worth, the draft order this year. This is another reason. I hope you're ready for me to lay out my point. You know who picks 9th? Kansas City. Mm-hmm. You know who picks 10th? Cincinnati. Let's pick 11th. Let's make sure the teams that we spent the whole playoffs and run up to the playoffs saying, well, at least they're not here. Well, they're going to pick 9th and 10th. Let's pick 11th. Mm-hmm. Let's make sure we're not going to fall behind them this year on this pick. And I know it's not scientific to kind of line that up, but I don't care. Guess who the next AFC team to pick is after you do if you pick at 11? Baltimore. Okay.
Right, Baltimore. How about that? All 3 of those teams in the top 15.
Yep. They're all picking right there. So I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna get in there. And I'm gonna stretch my legs and make sure I can get a spot. I know who I want to, and I'm not sure they'll be available at 11. But anyway, conversation for another day. On the women's side, of course, the final will be tomorrow.
Yes, between Canada and the U.S.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow?
Thursday. It's Thursday.
Tomorrow would be U.S. and Sweden.
That's right. That's right. Tomorrow's U.S. Sweden. Thursday is U.S. Canada final. That'll be at 1:10 p.m. Switzerland and Sweden play for the bronze at 8:40 in the morning. If the U.S. women were to lose to Canada, would it be Miracle on Ice Part 2? The U.S. women's team has dominated on a level that I should go back and check. Does the Soviet Union team of 1980 have like a plus 30 goal differential?
I think it might be a little higher because I think did you watch the Miracle documentary on Netflix? The 1981?
I don't remember. They beat somebody by 15?
More. I think I was stunned to see as they were, they did their couple minutes on, what the Soviets had been doing while the U.S. were, becoming a group. And they played, the Netherlands and beat them, 16-2.
Okay.
And then played Japan and won, 19-0. So they might have had a little higher of a number.
Okay.
But it's as close as I've ever seen. What's their goal? What's the Team USA goal differential right now? They've allowed 1 goal still in the whole tournament? Their numbers are insane. And meanwhile, Canada is having some trouble with Switzerland, which if you know anything about the women's game in women's tournaments recently, it usually is a long shot to have anybody that isn't the US or Canada play these teams close. Usually you're getting 5-0 minimum when they're playing.
Eight days away from the Sabres' return on the 25th. In the meantime, Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden are in action today at 3:10, taking on Latvia. With a victory, They'll move on to the quarterfinal where they'll face Tage Thompson and Team USA. That'd be tomorrow. In other news in the Olympics and Team USA, another dominant performance from the women's hockey team. The Americans picked up another lopsided win after crushing Sweden in the semifinal 5-0. They've breezed to the final, outscoring opponents 31-1 while recording 5 consecutive shutouts. They can finish one of the most dominant runs in Olympic history with a win over rival Canada, who they already obliterated in the prelims in the gold medal game on Thursday. Elena Myers-Taylor won gold in women's monobob and became the oldest women's bobsled medalist at 41 years old. Kaylee Humphreys won bronze. A look at the gold medal rankings. Norway on top, 28 total medals, 12 gold, 7 silver, 9 bronze. Italy in second with 23 total medals, 8 gold, 4 silver, and 11 bronze. And the USA is in third with 19 total medals, 6 gold, 8 silver, and 5 bronze. Quick Bills update. It's being reported that work has been suspended at the new Highmark Stadium due to graffiti in several secure locations in both finished and unfinished areas of the stadium project site. And around the NFL, teams can begin applying franchise or transition tags today through March 3rd. Potential franchise tag candidates are George Pickens, Daniel Jones, Alec Pierce, Kyle Pitts, Kenneth Walker, Trey Hendrickson, and Breece Hall. And in other news, the Dolphins released wide receiver Tyreek Hill. Hill's agent, Drew Rosenhaus, said Hill wants to continue playing once he's fully recovered from his knee injury. And the Dolphins also released linebacker Bradley Chubb. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550, now on 107.7 and 104.7 FM.
And as far as I'm concerned, he should be targeting going back to Kansas City. But if there is a way for him to get back to playing with a quarterback the likes of Patrick Mahomes, he should do it. It should be one of three. It should be Kansas City, Buffalo, or Baltimore.
Stephen A. Smith on Tyreek Hill's next stops. We'll go ahead and remove Buffalo. We're not thinking that. Neither of us are thinking that. If you are, you can give us a ring, 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. I missed yesterday. Sorry, I was sick. I was sick all weekend. It's that time of year. Something's going around. You know somebody that's sick.
Watch a lot of Olympics.
I did watch a lot of Olympics. I got a chance to watch a full movie by myself. My family had to stay away. I wasn't terribly deathly ill. I was just relentlessly tired for 4 days. Everything I did, I was tired. So I watched a movie. I watched one battle after another. 2 hours and 40 minutes. The kind of movie I could never dream of going to see in the theaters because with previews, it'd be 4.5 hours. Anyway, good morning, everybody. We are streaming on YouTube and everywhere we stream. We're also simulcasting now, and WGR Sports Radio 550 is home at 107.7 FM and 104.7 FM. So happy to have you along with us if you're there. You can give us a call at 803-0550. We went to the break talking about Miami. And Miami is, I think, key in terms of what the Bills' offseason could look like because they're trading away everything. If you want to have a thought about or a conversation about Tyreek Hill or about Bradley Chubb, you can. But I posted a Twitter poll. If you're dealing with Miami, what's the better use of the Bills' 2027 first-round pick? And the two choices are move up to 11 this year. That's where Miami picks. Or trade it for Waddle, which was reported to be the offer on the table at the trade deadline, and that never happened. So you can give us a call at 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. I saw a CBS Sports article predicting the Bills will get Mike Evans. I'm just going to have I'm going to have a real tough time believing he ever leaves Tampa.
Me too.
Me too. Real tough time.
I mean, if he did, I would love it. Great player, still.
Sure.
So it wouldn't be a long-term deal. I don't think it would be an insane number money. Maybe, I don't know. Would it be a $30 million deal? Would it be a $20 million deal? I don't really know what he'd be looking for on a new team. Does it matter for the trade-up idea for you what it would be for? Waddle.
Hold on a second.
Waddle's expensive, but Waddle is a receiver. I'm just are there positions where you would say, maybe I'd rather have Waddle?
Let me look over my shoulder here behind the. Oh, there's a wide receiver big board behind me.
Right.
I mean, the position I'd like to do it for. The second most expensive position, maybe the second or third, depending on how the defensive end market has gone.
Right.
I think there's a receiver worth doing it for at 11.
Everyone's got a line, right? Like,
sure.
If they're going up to get Jeremiah Love, no thank you.
That's right.
They're not doing that, though. If they're going up to get
a guard
or a center, no thank you.
If they're going up for Caleb Downs, who has made it to 11, which is not likely, supposed to be a freak show safety, right? Like, if they're going up for a linebacker that you just love too much, like
the defensive ideas to me are the ones, like edge rusher is different. Linebacker, safety are the ones where I start to go on the fence a little bit and go, maybe I just keep my own first this year and take whoever I get at 26, pair him with an expensive Jalen Waddle.
Let me give you, so the top 10 right now, I'm looking at a mock draft, has David Bailey going to, that's an edge guy.
Okay.
Linebacker at 4, Arvell Reese.
Okay.
Safety, Caleb Downs at 6. Ruben Bain, edge at number 7. I've seen him going to the Chiefs a bunch of times. Sonny Styles, linebacker. And then that's about it. So put those names in the bucket.
Okay.
And we'll get to calls here in a minute. If you're hanging with us, we'll be right to you. Ruben Bain is a great name for this, right? Like, he's a monster. He's an absolute Wolverine of a defensive lineman. His arms are too short. That's
he
what they
has
say.
like the shortest arms the position has ever seen.
Is it going to matter?
They're like less than 30 inches for a 6'3" dude. So I've heard that there is no example of a guy with arms as short as Ruben Bain does being successful in the NFL.
Okay.
But that might be true to some extent in college also, and he led dominant.
He led Division I in pressures last year.
Yeah, and he's
got those short arms.
Yeah, and he's had sacks.
Is he the perfect complement to Groot, who, listen, he's going to be great because his arms are so long. And the Bills used to want length. I don't know that the Jim Leonard defense is going to want and put so much emphasis on the length that the Bills used to at defensive end. So, whatever. Like, you want to make it about whatever position you want to make it about. What's the better use of that pick?
That's why he would fall to 11.
Yeah, right.
If he had long arms, he'd go first, second.
Yep.
Like he would be. That would be the reason he would fall to you at 11. And if they traded up for an edge rusher, I think there would be some jokes made like, oh, here we go, we're going all in again on just the swing after swing after swing. We're just gonna get back to the plate and we're gonna go after the same pitch. But they're so barren at the position that if they got a chance to go get a guy like that on a rookie deal, I wouldn't be the one making the jokes.
803-0550. We'll get a call in here, and then after this call, I'm going to tell you how the Bills have the least to work with in the entire NFL. We kind of knew this. I'll break it down in a minute. Brandon in Buffalo is up first, though. Brandon, good morning.
Hey, I was just curious what you guys would think about going to Miami, trying to get the first and Waddle, give them our first this year, our first next year, and then, I mean, we'd have to throw in other picks to sweeten the pot, but what, a fourth this year, third next year on top of that? But then you get both of what you want, and let's just go all in. I mean, because if you get Evans and pair him with Waddle, that's scary.
Well, at that point, if you want to try and make that double it up, all right, their first and Waddle. All right, so the 2027 first is for Waddle. What am I giving them to move up from 26 to 11? That takes a lot. It takes.
And if I don't have my 27 of first available for that.
Right. Now they're trading all the way out of this first round.
Yeah.
Are you giving them, don't say Keon Coleman, are you giving them, what? Osiris Torrance, young, good and a second and something else? Like, I'm just trying to.
They don't have it.
No, right.
The things Miami would want. Unless you're giving them like 2 seconds, 2/3, 2/4. Maybe they're doing that, but
right, just trying to
something that's almost sounds ridiculous. Like just all my picks. Like okay, right? They're starting over. They want young, great players on rookie contracts to move up like that. And the Bills have Cole Bishop,
Dalton Kincaid. Like
they don't want Cole Bishop.
I'm only trying to fill the trade from like Brandon's idea of getting both. Like, it would
put yourself in the other team's shoes. If I'm Miami and you're calling me with that idea as the Bills, I'm going, okay, yeah, the 27 first for Waddle, that's half of it, that's done. Put it over here. If you want to move up from 30 to 11, I want 26 to 11, then I want your second and I want Cole Bishop. It's the only way I'm doing it. There's not another young player on your team that I am interested in if I'm the Dolphins.
Even then, that might not be enough.
Right, maybe it would be
It's
more.
like, I'm going to take a late second-round pick and then a new second-round pick for 11.
Right.
Like, that's a lot. Thanks, Brandon.
I think it's got to be one or the other. It's too much to do in one deal, I think.
To get to this point about what the Bills have, at NFL.com, they have a piece up here from NFL researcher Zach Kopel. And he writes a piece, it's very basically broken down. Like, how much cap space does every team have? And how much draft capital does every team have? And he just kind of averages them together. That's it. For instance, the Raiders have the second most cap space and the second most draft capital. All right. Mm-hmm. The Jets have the fourth most cap space and the most draft capital. And he gives them a composite score. Where do you rank from 1 to 32 on how much stuff you have this offseason? And they wrote a breakdown for every team. I mentioned Vegas 1, the Jets 2, the Titans are tied there. The Steelers are actually 4th. They have some good cap space and a lot of draft stuff. The Rams are 5th in terms of what they have to spend this year. All right, talk to me once you get to a team I care about. Cincinnati, 7th. New England, 8th. Baltimore, 10th. Bills are 32.
32.
Dead last. They are 28th in cap space available and 25th in draft capital. The composite of the two puts them in last. So you want to have a big offseason? So do I. They might want to also. They have, comparatively, the least to work with. Does that sound like the right kind of time to trade up? You might say maybe no.
Yeah.
But the way for me to get more this year is to trade something from next year.
Is that why we're hearing discussions about Dawkins and Oliver and you name expensive player here because if they want to have a big offseason and they don't really have the resources to do it, that would be one way to start creating it. To start creating it, I guess.
Yeah.
But we've talked about it. It's not my favorite idea at all.
I don't want to.
I think you just kind of have to deal with it and do the best you can. And, hopefully you got to be good about what you do in the draft. Like, to me, you just got to nail your picks. That's it. Like, you got to nail your picks.
What's one way to nail your picks? I know people don't like to say this, but pick higher. What's one way to get a more likely impact player? 11. 11 is more likely, a little bit, maybe not scientifically but more likely to be an impact player than 26 is. And I know we could say, over time, I got guys in the second, and the third, and the fifth, and the sixth. And I know that people like to say that no one beats the draft. I agree. There's lots of, potential misses, but I think I'm more likely to get a better player. 803-0550. Or at least an immediate impact player. They need not just more.
It's because of the higher level player that you're more likely to get there, which is what I am. Which is the only thing to me that the Bills need.
High impact player.
Yeah, high impact players.
They have not had really high impact players from their draft classes the last couple of years. I mean, Cole Bishop finally started to make an impact in year 2. And beyond him, that draft class of 2024, I mean, it has not really done a ton for the Bills. And the 2025 draft class was, mainly hurt, right? Hairston's hurt. Sanders was hurt a lot. Landon Jackson is 0, hurt. You got Deion Walker and Jackson Hall. So I got a 4th and a 5th. But the 2024 class, it's Keon Coleman, Cole Bishop, Dwayne Carter, Ray Davis. Nobody makes a difference from that draft class, really. 803-0550. Eric in West Seneca. Eric, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. We're good.
Good. All right. So I'm not a wizard on all the draft stuff, and I usually think that drafts usually make a big bust. I like putting money on guys that already know what they're doing. But and you guys were talking about doing trades with Miami as well. And as much as I do like Waddle, instead of loading up a team in our division, what would it look like to get JJ? I know it's probably a stretch, but
Jefferson,
what might that look like? And why would we not do it?
Why would the Bills not do it versus why would the Vikings not do it? Let's say the Vikings want to do it. It looks like, is it you trade up with Miami and then trade 11 for JJ? I don't know. Minnesota is going to want to win. And they need to prop up a quarterback. They got to figure out a quarterback situation. What's the cost for the Bills? 2 firsts. And even then, those are late firsts. I think it's tough. It won't be the last time we're asked that. It won't be the last time we have to talk about it either. And Jefferson loves himself some Joe Brady. We've heard plenty of that. 803-0550. Sorry, Eric, we're going to break in, maybe chew on that a little bit more, get more of your phone calls as well. Wide open for you. What do you want? What's the right idea? What's the right big move here for the Bills? Jeremy and Joe on WGR. On the women's side, of course, the final will be tomorrow.
Yes, between Canada and the
Excuse
U.S.
me. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow?
Thursday. It's Thursday.
Tomorrow would be U.S. and Sweden. That's what
right.
I'm thinking.
That's right. Tomorrow's U.S. Sweden. Thursday is U.S. Canada final. That'll be at 1:10 p.m. Switzerland and Sweden play for the bronze. At 8:40 in the morning. If the U.S. women were to lose to Canada, would it be Miracle on Ice Part 2? The U.S. women's team has dominated on a level that I should go back and check. Does the Soviet Union team of 1980 have like a plus 30 goal differential?
I think it might be a little higher because I think did you watch the Miracle documentary on Netflix? The 1981?
I don't remember. They beat somebody by 15?
More. I think I was stunned to see as they were, they did their couple minutes on, what the Soviets had been doing while the U.S. were, becoming a group. And they played, the Netherlands and beat them, 16-2.
Okay.
And then played Japan and won, 19-0. So they might have had a little higher of a number.
Okay.
But it's as close as I've ever seen. What's their goal? What's the Team USA goal differential right now? They've allowed one goal still in the whole tournament? Their numbers are insane. And meanwhile, Canada is having some trouble with Switzerland, which if you know anything about the women's game in women's tournaments recently, it usually is a long shot to have anybody that isn't the US or Canada play these teams close. Usually you're getting 5-0 minimum when they're playing other teams, when they're playing Sweden, when they're playing Finland, when they're playing Switzerland. And Canada, narrowly pulling one out against Switzerland and getting drubbed by the U.S. women earlier in the tournament. Yeah, they got to be a huge favorite, I think, going into tomorrow.
They are, in the tournament to this point, 31-1.
31-1. They've allowed one goal.
Yes.
Did you see the one goal? The one goal was a penalty shot as she was coming out of the box. So it wasn't it was a real goal, but there's no 5-on-5 play or rush or anything. That's the only scenario.
Scores 5-1-5-0-5-0-5-0-6-0-5-0.
Nuts.
Right.
Yeah.
And should you just guess 5-0 against Canada? I mean, they beat Canada 5-0 a week ago.
Right.
Tyreek Hill, Bradley Chubb. Anybody want to do either one of those? Because I don't want to do either one of those.
I mean, I don't think either would be expensive. I don't even want to entertain the idea of the Bills signing Tyreek Hill going forward. Just no interest whatsoever. Off that injury, he is a walking arrest every single spring, right? The list of things that he has done is offensive over the last 10 years. So don't want him. Chubb, if he's cheap, basically, to me. He has experience playing in this type of defense, edge rusher. I don't like that his pass rush win rate numbers aren't very good. So maybe he'll be a trick to some team. Are there dumb teams out there that are still doing it just on sacks? Because if you look at that and say 20 sacks in the last 2 years, I'm in. But what is that going to cost you? Is that going to cost you what Joey Bosa cost you? $12 million? $13 million? He's not getting a big deal, a monster deal. So maybe I could be talked into him if the price was down and you're doing other stuff at the position too. But otherwise, like, I don't feel the need to want anything that Miami's cutting bait on right now. Like, Waddle would be the only name that I would want to be talking about from their current roster.
You're going to see a random logo. Wherever it stops, you got to pick a current player.
Are you ready? Yep. You got Buffalo. Since it's my dog, I'm going to go Joe Brady.
As the coach. Okay.
No offense to my dog, KOC. I love KOC.
Justin Jefferson. These guys know what they're doing.
Yep.
Justin Jefferson asked to build a 17-0 team. Spin a dial of logos. Logo comes up. You pick the player off the team. He picks the head coach as Joe Brady. Jeremy and Joe, good morning.
Don't think Minnesota will trade him.
I don't either.
Unfortunately.
I don't either. We're here on WGR Sports Radio 550 and now on 107.7 and 104.7 FM. So make the adjustment on your FM dial if you're someplace where you struggle to get the GR signal or you just want the signal on the FM dial. We are on the FM dial, which is exciting. And if we sound any different, you can also call in and say you're listening on FM and be the first one to do that. We've not had anyone do that.
Right.
How do we sound? I sound the same in my headphones.
I was going to say, to us, we sound the
I
same.
sound the same. Sound the same. But maybe it's different. So,
Yeah.
we sound taller on FM.
Taller?
I don't know. 803-0550, our phone number. The Olympic knockout round is underway right now.
Paterka just scored a great goal for Germany.
Nice.
Before the first period ended.
How funny is it that Tom Wilson got in a fight?
First Gordie Howe hat trick in Olympic history.
And then the guy he fought got kicked out. He got suspended.
They both did, right?
No, but the guy that
he got suspended
by his own team.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure.
Is that right?
The Cronin
I hadn't seen that.
guy, he's gone.
The Cronin guy.
They banned Pierre Crinon.
Crinon, right.
The player who fought time. He's banned for the rest of the Olympics.
But that happened by his own team?
Yes.
Yeah, by the French Hockey Federation.
He was
violated the Olympic spirit with his provocative behavior.
Yeah.
After ejection, it does say.
But can I give you the story on this guy? Tom Wilson thinks he's hardcore. This guy won. I don't care what happened in the fight. This dude won the fight. Ready for this? Crinon, I'm guessing that's how you pronounce it. He plays for a team in the top French league. He, earlier this season, was suspended for 7 games by the league after repeatedly punching a maskless goalie.
I mentioned that to Joe yesterday.
Oh, okay. I was out sick yesterday.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
It's unbelievable.
That is nuts.
It's crazy. I saw the clip somewhere yesterday. But the thing there, I saw a video of what this guy did. He was literally just doing the, can you hear me to the Canadian crowd after he...
And the French are like, you're out.
You got to go.
Listen, I don't care what anybody says. Tom Wilson should be embarrassed to have been the least punished player at the Olympics. That's a loss for him. He's going in there to try and look hardcore, and he fights the other guy that's more hardcore, and that guy gets suspended.
And Wilson did kind of get ragdolled a little bit until the refs were between them, and then he got up and tried to run around.
Gets into a fight. All of a sudden, it's like, uh-oh, what's this?
Right.
I didn't know. Who is this guy?
Yeah. It is funny how the Canadian team has reacted to it, where, Hagel is that's what you call a team. That's why everyone praises and loves Tom Wilson.
Please.
And Cooper is talking up what Wilson did, which, again, was mostly get ragdolled.
Against a French team.
McDavid talked it up. So, all of Canada is that's our guy.
Right.
And meanwhile, France is out. Done. You don't play again for us.
Due respect to the French. It's the France hockey team. You needed that leadership against France? All right. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR Sports Radio 550 and now on 104.7 and 107.7 FM as well. Dolphins, to me, are going to be super interesting because I'm going to target their 11th pick the entire offseason. The whole offseason. I'm going to try.
Target how? Like to trade up?
Yep. I'm going to talk them into, you want a quarterback next year. And the best thing you could...
Oh, I'm sure that's what they want.
And the best thing you could possibly do to get one is dump out of 11 for a team that will give you next year's first to come all the way up to 11. That's the best thing that they could do. Now, I don't know if there's a quarterback that could get somebody to come up there. That's the problem. Let's look
Ty
at
Simpson's the only one that maybe has a thought
right
about it.
And listen, it's the Bills model. That was a draft class, the quarterbacks that year, with Mahomes going 10th. That was a quarterback class not thought of as highly as the year after it, which you had 5 first-rounders, right?
Mm-hmm.
That class before is Trubisky. It's
Mahomes
and Deshaun Watson. And Deshaun Watson and Mahomes go out. Mahomes goes 10th, and Watson goes outside of the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
So the point I'm making is Trubisky goes, a team wants a quarterback, it's the Chiefs. They call the Bills, they're going to come up 17 spots. Mm-hmm. We'll give you a first, and they do it for a quarterback. Would the Dolphins slide down 15 spots to where the Bills are at 26 for anything less than a future first? I don't know if they would. Mm-hmm. But there probably aren't teams calling for a quarterback. Could I find my way to a pick slide where Miami thinks we're stockpiling for next year, we're grabbing a 2027 first, and we're trading our first to the Bills? I'm going to be targeting it the whole year because it's the best way to get a truly great player is to find a spot to pick 11th. Also, for what it's worth, the draft order this year. This is another reason. I hope you're ready for me to lay out my point. You know who picks 9th? Kansas City. You know who picks 10th? Cincinnati. Let's pick 11th. Let's make sure the teams that we spent the whole playoffs and run up to the playoffs saying, well, at least they're not here. Well, they're going to pick 9th and 10th. Let's pick 11th. Let's make sure we're not going to fall behind them this year on this pick. And I know it's not scientific to kind of line that up, but I don't care. Guess who the next AFC team to pick is after you do if you pick at 11? Baltimore. Okay.
Right, Baltimore. How about that? All 3 of those teams in the top 15.
Yep. They're all picking right there. So I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna get in there. And I'm gonna stretch my legs and make sure I can get a spot. I know who I want to, and I'm not sure they'll be available at 11. But anyway, conversation for another day.
Sabres hockey 8 days away from its return on the 25th. In the meantime, Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden in action today at 3:10, taking on Latvia. With a victory, they'll move on to the quarterfinal where they will face Tage Thompson and Team USA. In other news, in the Olympics and for Team USA, another dominant performance from the women's hockey team. They picked up another lopsided win after crushing Sweden in the semifinal 5-0. They've breezed to the final, outscoring opponents 31-1, and recorded 5 consecutive shutouts as well. They're next up against Canada, their rival, who they already obliterated in the prelims in the gold medal game on Thursday. In other news, Elena Myers-Taylor won gold in women's monobob and became the oldest women's bobsled medalist at 41 years old. Kaylee Humphreys won bronze. A look at the gold medal rankings. Norway still on top, 28 total medals, 12 gold, 7 silver, 9 bronze. Italy in second, 23 total medals, 8 gold, 4 silver, and 11 bronze. USA is in third, 19 total medals, 6 gold, 8 silver, and 5 bronze. Around the NFL, teams can begin applying franchise or transition tags today through March 3rd. Potential franchise tag candidates are George Pickens, Daniel Jones, Alec Pierce, Kyle Pitts, Kenneth Walker, Trey Hendrickson, and Breece Hall. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports it's unlikely that the Seahawks will use their franchise tag on running back and Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker, per his league sources. The Seahawks have multiple free agents they want to retain and sign, and they will also try to extend wide receiver Jackson Smith and Jigba. The Dolphins released wide receiver Tyreek Hill. Hill's agent Drew Rosenhaus said he still wants to continue playing once he's fully recovered from his knee injury, and the Dolphins also released linebacker Bradley Chubb. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Kelly for WGR Sports Radio 550, now on 107.7 and 104.7 FM.
When I look at what the Bills are going to need to add at all 3 levels on defense, you just flat out need more talent. This really is a good draft where, yes, it's top heavy, but there are going to be a lot of contributing players at a lot of different positions as you move into those middle rounds, and that's really where the best organizations and the best front offices in football, when they really get deep into their scouting notes and they all come together and find out which players can be contributors, they can really separate themselves in that day 2, early day 3 bucket, where I really do think it's rich in talent here in the 2026 draft.
That's Ryan Fowler on the Extra Point Show yesterday. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Tuesday. There's a fog warning out there, so be prepared for some dense fog, maybe if you're down by the water especially. And the warm-up is on the way, by the way. It's warm again. Everything's melting. There's going to be flood warnings. But above freezing pretty much every day for the next week. So that's good.
Yes.
Right?
The big melt this week.
Do you guys remember what the ground looks like?
I've started seeing these little green things that are poking out of the bottom of the snow.
We might see. I've seen the road.
Yeah.
Streets.
Mm-hmm.
They're still down there. All right, we're having a conversation about the Bills and their offseason because we've started the first movements in the NFL offseason. The Dolphins making a number of those big moves. Tyreek Hill cut, and they take the biggest hit they can on that, just terminating the contract so he can be signed today if he wants to go back to the Chiefs, which, by the way, Chris Jones did tweet at him, it's time.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he goes back to Kansas City. Bradley Chubb, they move on from him as well. A couple other pieces. The franchise tag window opens today. So last year it was only T. Martin, and there was one other. I had it. Who was it? It was a guard.
That was what? Released?
No. Only 2 guys franchise tagged.
Oh, Trey Smith?
Yes, the Chiefs guard.
Trey Smith. Yeah.
Trey Smith and T. Higgins were the only 2 guys franchise tagged last year. This year, the candidates include Alec Pierce, Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, Kyle Pitts.
And George Pickens is expected to be.
He is. But
Daniel Jones maybe a little bit also.
Okay.
I don't know. Does that make sense? Because that would give them the 1-year deal to allow him to get back and prove that he's not shot off a torn Achilles.
Yep.
But also that would cost them, like cap-wise, that would cost them a lot, right? Because if it's a 1-year deal, franchise tag, that all goes on your cap.
Yeah, full cap hit right there.
And that's like $40 million. Yeah. Like you'd rather pay him, I think, like a 3-year deal for $45 million because then you can move the money around.
Yeah, or do what the Giants did with Saquon Barkley that 1 year where they signed him for the franchise tag number plus $1 million, but made a
right. Yeah,
like you end up giving the
spread
same.
It out.
Yeah, exactly. The Colts have the 11th most cap space. Could they franchise tag Daniel Jones? I feel like it's unlikely that you go straight franchise tag. Adam Schefter also lists Trey Hendrickson here.
I mean, they would be that guy would
won't
go
sign
into Cincinnati and he would just start throwing things around if they did that again. I think there was a wink agreement between the two. Like that's over. We're not franchise tagging anymore. He's been asking for a trade for like 3 years in Cincinnati, and he's finally about to get out. So I think they probably will let him go. I think Pitts is the most likely to be tagged after Pickens, just because the tight end number isn't very high.
It's a low number. They could still trade him, right? The Bills franchise tagged Peerless Price and traded him on that franchise tag.
Right.
The other players...
They did it with Jarris Bird.
Right.
They just kept him. I think he just played on it, right? They didn't trade him or anything.
Right.
I don't know that I ever remember them doing it with anybody else. Ever. Bird, and then I didn't even remember Price. I don't know if there was anyone ever in between that. I don't think there's anyone since then.
John Fina in 1996, Peerless Price in 2003. Nate Clements got the franchise tag.
Yeah. I mean, the Bills just, the way they operate with contracts, they never really get near it being a discussion, right? Like, if they had not paid James Cook last offseason, and he went out and had the season he did and led the league in rushing,
they might have a franchise
then
tag.
We'd be talking about the franchise tag with James Cook. But they pay guys ahead of time so often that, again, you never touch it. You never get near the conversation. I mean, maybe, did we do it with, no, we wouldn't have done it with Tremaine Edmonds because of the linebacker dumbness of, like, edge rushers being included.
Right.
Like, he would have been the guy to talk about, but the position doesn't work out that way. Maybe Kincaid will be this. Will Kincaid get to a place where he's a tag candidate because he's really good, but if he can't stay healthy and they don't want to commit to him long term?
He's already got fifth-year option. Like, he's so far from that. The name I'm thinking about for, like, if we're to have a draft about next Bills player to be franchise tagged, isn't Osiris Torrance at the top of the list. He's about to enter the final year of a deal.
Yeah.
And if he plays well and you don't know, you want to discuss things, like, Torrance would be it.
So the thing about linemen is they group all offensive linemen together.
So guard is a big number because of tackles?
It would be guard's gone up too, right? Like the top guys are making 20, 21 million. But yeah, if you wanted to tag Torrance in a year, I mean, this year it would cost you $27.9 million.
Not doing it? Okay.
And next year it's probably higher.
I remove my comment
so
that
it won't
he's
be Torrance.
Potentially,
I mean, the numbers are high. Like, really, you only ever probably want to do it for tight end, running back, receivers, $28 million. That's probably it. And that's probably it. Like, there maybe defensive end at $27 million. Like, there's only a couple of positions where I think you would ever really consider it. So, I don't know. Like, is there a guy that is on the verge of becoming that? Again, maybe Kincaid 2 years from now, if he continues to play well and continues to have injury problems. I don't see anybody else that's like tracking towards the guy that's worth that amount of money, right? And also, again, part of their prerogative is we're going to pay guys, we're going to draft and we're going to draft these guys, we're going to develop them. They're usually going to be pretty good and not great, and then they're going to sign them to middle of the road contracts. And unless they change their ways on that, like where there be an ideology change of we have been doing that, but we realize now we have, what'd you have last night? The fewest resources in the league this offseason?
Yeah, let me lay that out again for everybody. So mention that if you rank teams 1 to 32 on cap space and 1 to 32 on draft capital and just take the average of those rankings, the Bills are last.
Right.
They are last in the NFL in assets to use this offseason.
So basically, what would the odds be then to get to a place where the tag becomes more possible, where Brandon Beane and the Bills have this come to Jesus moment and say, well, because we are constantly signing middle-of-the-road guys, we have no space to do anything, so if we draft a guy and he's only pretty good, we're not paying him. We're going to be doing that differently going forward. I haven't heard them say anything that makes me think that's going to happen. But maybe they're tired of not having any space.
803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-550-2550. Have a Twitter pull up about the Dolphins, because I think their offseason is about to be very interesting, and teams are going to kind of jump on them for what they can get maybe this year in exchange for next year. Miami cutting Tyreek Hill and Bradley Chubb, they'll latch on somewhere. We can have conversations about both. I think we're both a no on Hill.
Yeah.
And I'm a no thanks on Chubb. I mean, Chubb would be flyer of flyers below Joey Bosa level for me in terms of what he might add. His injuries have added up in a very big way, and I think it's affected his game. So not too interested in Chubb. If they did it, I would not consider it a big move. It would be one of those, 1-year mercenary moves that maybe could work, but I'd be worried. I'd be worried about it as any sort of like feature move. But anyway, for Miami, put a Twitter poll up, which is, if you're going to deal with Miami and let's say you give them a call, hey, about that Jalen Waddle for our 2027 first, what's a better use for the Bills? Is it Waddle for the 2027 first, or is it, what if we gave you their 2027 first to move up to 11? Because I think Miami should be all about that. Next year's quarterback class, flush. This year's quarterback class, a wasteland at number 11. You don't want to do it. And if they're going to rebuild and they're going to finish at the bottom and they get a new GM coach and they're going to do this thing the right way, they should pick a quarterback next year. And if they're going to do that, they're going to compete with the Jets, who have 3 firsts. They need firsts. They should trade down. I would rather trade the Bills' first rounder in 2027 to get up to 11. Mm-hmm. And then from there, you can do what you want with it. I'll tell you what I would do with it, too. I think that moving up is a better idea, and I know that tons of NFL smart people I like say never trade up. And to them I say, in the great words of Howard, don't care. I would do it. So we'll take your calls on that if you want. It's about 50-50, the Twitter poll.
Okay.
About 50-50. With 52% trade for Waddle, 47% trade up.
Yeah.
I would move up. I would do whatever it takes to get the stud receiver on a rookie contract. Of course, they could just take one at 26, and that would be great, too. Edge rusher is also... You want to go up to 11 for Reuben Bain? I'll listen to it. I'll listen to saying 30 isn't getting the job done. So 26 is not getting the job done. So let's go. We got to win.
Waddle's cap hit this year, by the way, is $11 million.
That's totally fine.
Next year, it's 33.
Okay.
And I guess you could move that around if you really wanted to.
And you know how much the 11th overall pick will be paid? Is it like a total of $33 million over 4 years?
It might be less than that.
It might be less.
It might be less than that, honestly. Yeah.
And
is he so good? I mean, he's good. But is he so good that he dramatically increases your chances this year?
Well,
because to me, you're in a little bit of a different place than when you traded for Diggs. And you were eliminating the risk of, well, I need a guy right now, and I don't want to have to take any percentage chance that the rookie I draft isn't going to be somebody that can produce with Josh. So let me go get Diggs, who I know is great. Waddle, I think we know he's really good.
He's very good. He
has some injury problems, and he's 28 years old. And I don't think he has an ascendance in him. I don't know. Does he have the Diggs ascension in him? I think my instinct says no, he doesn't. Going from what he was in Minnesota, which was really good, to, he's one of the best receivers in football.
Well, that was easy to see because in the numbers you could see when Diggs was on the field and they threw him the ball, he was amazing. He just didn't get the ball enough. That was very he had 90 targets in Minnesota.
Well, isn't there some of that with Waddle? Where his targets were really down because of Hill,
He's
right?
been buried by Tyreek Hill and an offense that has Tua. Everything has to be on schedule. Everything has to be, an anticipation throw.
He's only missed, I guess injury-wise, it's funny. He has his rep, but his games played per year, 16, 17, 14, 15, 16. He's never really missed a lot of time. Maybe he plays through it. The last 2 years, playing 31 games, he has 183 targets.
No. It's
like
enough.
90 targets a year.
That's not enough.
That's not a lot for him.
That's like, what'd you say? 183?
183 over 2 full seasons.
Yeah. That's not enough.
No, he should be a guy that's getting 130, 140 in a single year.
If I could ask it one different way, I would say this. All right, if you could, you trade the 2020, Jalen Waddle's just on your team. Let's not even trade anything, right? The Bills have a Jalen Waddle player. And I'm going to give you the power to move space and time. Let's have a fun science experience.
Okay.
Right? Ready? What would you pay? What would you pay to take 5 years off his career and get him on a rookie contract? What would you pay in draft capital if you could make that trade? Let's say you're the Vikings Like, all right, this is a simulation. If you want to take Jefferson, just rewind 5 years off his tires and get him on a rookie contract. What would that be worth? Is that worth a first? Holy cow, yes.
Yes, it's worth a first.
It's definitely worth a first. To do that, to go back in time and to save $130 million of cash and all that cap space, I think that the very, very smart, that I respect community of analytics and all the draft stuff that says never trade up, does not accurately factor in the value you actually get once you get the player at quarterback, edge, whatever. Quarterback, they do respect it. It's okay to trade up for a quarterback. Edge and receiver need to be in the conversation. It's okay to do it because the value you get, you will lose a draft pick. If you trade up for the receiver for the Bills or the edge rusher, you will lose draft capital. But you will have so much money to sign players because you made that move. With the $15 to $20 million cap hit that I've saved, what can I add? 3 players? How much different are they than a pick that's 27th overall that I also don't know how good that player is going to be? So I am about trading up, and I am not scared off by the idea.
Receivers that have gone in that territory, that range, where we be talking about going to 11, where Miami picks. I mean, you're talking Rome Odunze went 9th.
CeeDee Lamb.
A couple of years ago. You're talking about, before that, Garrett Wilson goes 10, Chris Olave 11, Jamison Williams 12.
Find a more perfect number. Like,
it's good. Devonta Smith goes 10.
I would take every one of these players.
Henry Ruggs 12. Lamb went 17th. A little lower. Jerry Jeudy 15th that same year. Like, almost always the guy in that territory is at least pretty good. Like, you don't have many busts in that territory unless I go way back and find, like, John Ross at number 9.
Right.
And that's almost a decade
Even
ago.
John
That's
Ross,
9 years
I feel
ago.
like he got hurt.
Yeah, he had injury problems.
Frank in Orchard Park is up. Frank, good morning.
Good morning. So, hey, I'm all about getting a number 1 wide receiver and everything, but I sure don't want to give up a whole bunch of draft capital, especially for, Evans or Waddle. I mean, like you guys were talking, they are a little injury prone there. We just, we were number 4 or number 5 in offense last year. We got to solidify that offensive line. Josh Allen was sacked over 40 times last year. We can't stop the run. The main thing we got to do is stop the run. If we could have been in the middle of the pack of stopping the run, we would have had a whole different outcome of last year. So I think our number 1 priority is we need a stud at nose tackle. And that's what I want to see, and I'd rather just pick up a wide receiver maybe in free agency instead of giving up a whole bunch of draft capital because and hope to God that we can do a better job in free agency because we probably were one of the worst teams out there over the last couple of years in free agency.
Thanks, Frank. They definitely need a bunch of stuff. And, if they were to trade up to 11 and take a nose tackle like you want, I would still say, like, they can get good receivers somewhere, and vice versa. Like, I don't think that it has to, one move has to supersede the others, especially if I'm trading my 2027 first to do it. I can have my full offseason as planned. It's one thing the Bills were able to do when they traded for Josh Allen. What'd they do? They moved up, and they did not get rid of they had 2 firsts that year. It's one of the best things Bean ever did. He still kept that first. He moved his way up, moved out Cordy Glenn, former franchise tag of the Bills, by the way. They franchise tagged him in 2016.
They did?
They did. They franchise tagged him. He's on the list.
I thought Bird was the last one. Okay,
no,
right.
No.
Yeah.
All
right.
So you could still have your
they kept, right, they also moved up a second time because I think they had the first and moved up for Edmonds.
That's right.
Maybe that was only a couple spots, though.
Right. Same with Allen. They moved up a couple spots. But if I'm trading my 2027 first, you can have your full offseason. Go for it. And also, like on stopping the run, I have no doubt they'll be differently committed and probably better at stopping the run with the Jim Leonard defense. We'll see if the Jim Leonard defense overall is better. They're going to need a lot of pieces. They're probably going to bring a lot of pieces in. Stopping the run has still never beaten them in a playoff game. And
no, it hasn't.
Like their offensive rankings, I don't care. I don't care where they're ranked. It doesn't matter. Are they good enough in a playoff game when they need to be to win? And I don't want Josh Allen's career to end and it to be where we say, like, well, 12 straight years ranked top 3 in scoring. Don't care. You got to be able to win these games in the biggest moments with the best players, have the best players. Sometimes that's having the best defense. Sometimes that's, putting it all together like Seattle did. Sometimes it's Travis Kelce is unstoppable, or Gronk, or whoever it is. Like, the Seahawks are not in the Super Bowl without JSN. Period. They're not there. So, and you could say that about a lot of players on that team probably, but I don't care where they rank in scoring, and I won't care this year either. I'll care if they have a guy that can get open when they need to on the play. They have an important play to call. Who's it going to? Does the guy get open? I feel like if they had that guy, they would have gotten farther the last couple of years. And they would not have gotten farther if they were better at stopping the run. Stopping the run never hurt them against the Chiefs. Not once. No. They lost 4 playoff games to the Chiefs, and not being able to stop the run never hurt them.
Didn't hurt against Denver either.
Not being able to stop the pass hurt them. And the defensive scheme might have hurt them.
Cordy Glenn, by the way, was tagged, but then he signed before the season.
All right.
So he never really played a game on the tag. But I guess he counts towards this.
But to your point about like Mike Evans or did you mention Hill?
Waddle was the other one you mentioned.
I would say like
which are different because Waddle you got to trade for. Evans
that's
if
right.
he makes it would be a free agent.
Every idea, and as like we get to this, every idea comes with a yeah but, right?
Yeah, there's no perfect idea. Even the rookie is, but what if I do draft the next, again, if I go further down the list, Corey Coleman was a receiver 10 years ago that went in that range. What if I draft the next Corey Coleman at that range? That's the but. I don't think your odds are very high of that. And I would say your odds aren't very high maybe with some of these, a lot of these buts, right? Like, if you trade for... But this is kind of why I like the trade-up idea, too, though, is I think your but on the trade-up idea isn't as likely as I trade for Mike Evans, and, he hit the wall. Whoops. He's 34, and
right.
it just happened. And maybe I trade for Waddle, and I have $30 million invested. That's my but. Like, it's already there, right? And I have to wonder if he's going to be injured. And I guess that exists for anybody. But I don't really think any of it's different. It is different. It's just not, you're not getting a perfect idea unless you get Justin Jefferson.
Well, you kind of laid out exactly how I feel about it. Like, they all have the buts, and if the but is, what if he's a bust? Like, I know that there are still busts. They exist at quarterback for sure.
Or not even bust, but like a guy that's, like, what if the guy was Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Right. Is he a bust?
Is that going to feel like a mistake? If you go all the way up and you get a guy that's supposed to be amazing and then he turns into Marvin Harrison Jr., which, again, jury's out on him. But through 2 years, it's, all right, this guy's good.
Right.
But I wouldn't go further than that right now.
It's not giving you what you want. Like, if it was instead for Neighbors, like, you'd say,
if it's for Neighbors, then if I'm getting Neighbors out of that trade,
right,
then...
If it's a Dunze, it's a done deal.
Right.
I mean... You don't even really have to do it. If you could just take a guy at 26, if you want, I'll listen to that. If you want to make it about defensive end, I'll listen to it. I'll listen to it anywhere for a great player. The point for me is, like, if I'm worried about a bust at 11th, I'm not that worried about it. And I'm in win now mode. I'm in get a little desperate. Mm-hmm. I know sometimes like desperation is sold as bad. Whatever. It comes down to. It comes down to falling in love with players, which can happen. But if they were to move up for Carnell Tate to 11 because he fell to 11, I'm worried about him being a bust.
Him and Jordan Tyson are the only receivers worth this, right?
That's what most seem to say.
Yeah.
Jeremy and Joe, we're on WGR. We're streaming at 107.7 and 104.7 FM as well. You can join us there. We're dreaming big. We're calling Miami because they should be trading out of the 11 spot. Bradley Chubb, Tyreek Hill, some ideas. Paul Hamilton checks in next as the knockout stage of the Olympic tournament on the men's side is underway. We'll talk with Paul on the other side. 803-0550 for you to join us here on WGR. On the women's side, of course, the final will be tomorrow.
Yes, between Canada and the
Excuse
U.S.
me. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow?
Thursday. It's Thursday.
Tomorrow would be U.S. and Sweden.
That's right. That's right. Tomorrow's U.S. Sweden. Thursday is U.S. Canada final. That'll be at 1:10 p.m. Switzerland and Sweden play for the bronze. At 8:40 in the morning. If the U.S. women were to lose to Canada, would it be Miracle on Ice Part 2? The U.S. women's team has dominated on a level that I should go back and check. Does the Soviet Union team of 1980 have like a plus 30 goal differential?
I think it might be a little higher because I think did you watch the Miracle documentary on Netflix? The 1981?
I don't remember. They beat somebody by 15?
More. I think I was stunned to see as they were, they did their couple minutes on, what the Soviets had been doing while the U.S. were, becoming a group. And they played, the Netherlands and beat them, 16-2.
Okay.
And then played Japan and won, 19-0. So they might have had a little higher of a number.
Okay.
But it's as close as I've ever seen. What's their goal? What's the Team USA goal differential right now? They've allowed one goal still in the whole tournament? Their numbers are insane. And meanwhile, Canada is having some trouble with Switzerland, which if you know anything about the women's game in women's tournaments recently, it usually is a long shot to have anybody that isn't the US or Canada play these teams close. Usually you're getting 5-0 minimum when they're playing other teams, when they're playing Sweden, when they're playing Finland, when they're playing Switzerland. And Canada, narrowly pulling one out against Switzerland and getting drubbed by the U.S. women earlier in the tournament. Yeah, they got to be a huge favorite, I think, going into tomorrow.
They are, in the tournament to this point, 31-1.
31-1. They've allowed one goal.
Yes.
Did you see the one goal? The one goal was a penalty shot as she was coming out of the box. So it wasn't it was a real goal, but there's no 5-on-5 play or rush or anything. That's the only scenario.
Scores 5-1, 5-0, 5-0, 5-0, 6-0, 5-0.
Nuts.
Right.
Yeah.
And should you just guess 5-0 against Canada? I mean, they beat Canada 5-0 a week ago.
Right.
To get to this point about what the Bills have, at NFL.com, they have a piece up here from NFL researcher Zach Kopel. And he writes a piece, it's very basically broken down, how much cap space does every team have and how much draft capital does every team have, and he just kind of averages them together. That's it. For instance, the Raiders have the second most cap space and the second most draft capital. All right. Mm-hmm. The Jets have the fourth most cap space and the most draft capital. And he gives them a composite score. Where do you rank from 1 to 32 on how much stuff you have this offseason? And they wrote a breakdown for every team. I mentioned Vegas 1, the Jets 2, the Titans are tied there. The Steelers are actually 4th. They have some good cap space and a lot of draft stuff. The Rams are 5th in terms of what they have to spend this year. All right, talk to me once you get to a team I care about. Cincinnati 7th. New England 8th. Mm-hmm. Baltimore 10th. Bills are 32.
32.
Dead last. They are 28th in cap space available and 25th in draft capital. The composite of the two puts them in last. Mm-hmm. So you want to have a big offseason? So do I. They might want to also. They have, comparatively, the least to work with. Mm-hmm. Does that sound like the right kind of time to trade up? You might say maybe no.
Yeah.
But the way for me to get more this year is to trade something from next year.
Sabres hockey returns 8 days away on the 25th. But in the meantime, Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden are in action today at 3:10, taking on Latvia. With a victory, they will move on to the quarterfinal where they will face Tage Thompson and Team USA. In other news, in the Olympics and for Team USA, another dominant performance from the women's hockey team. A lopsided win, crushing Sweden in the semifinal, 5-0. They've breezed to the final, outscoring opponents 31-1 and recorded 5 consecutive shutouts. They can finish one of the most dominant runs in Olympic history with a win over rival Canada, who they already have obliterated in the prelims in the gold medal game on Thursday. Elena Myers-Taylor won gold in women's monobob and became the oldest women's bobsled medalist at 41 years old. Kaylee Humphreys won bronze. A look at the gold medal rankings. Norway on top, 28 total medals, 12 gold, 7 silver, 9 bronze. Italy in second, 23 total medals, 8 gold, 4 silver, and 11 bronze. And the USA is in third, 19 total medals, 6 gold, 8 silver, and 5 bronze. Around the NFL, teams can begin applying franchise or transition tags today through March 3rd. Potential franchise tag candidates are George Pickens, Daniel Jones, Alec Pierce, Kyle Pitts, Kenneth Walker, Trey Hendrickson, and Breece Hall. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports it's unlikely that the Seahawks will use their franchise tag on running back and Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker. Per his league sources, the Seahawks have multiple free agents they want to retain and sign. They also will try to extend wide receiver Jackson Smith and Jigba. The Dolphins released wide receiver Tyreek Hill. Hill's agent, Drew Rosenhaus, said Hill wants to continue playing once he's fully recovered from his knee injury. And the Dolphins also released Bradley Chubb. In other news, Mayweather and Tyson is fully official. Floyd Mayweather Jr. and Mike Tyson will have an exhibition match in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, tentatively agreed for April 25th, 2026, per Ring Magazine. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550, now on 107.7 and 104.7 FM.
Paul Hamilton joining us on the Western Hotline. Chat a little hockey here. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. We are streaming on YouTube, of course, and all over. You can also catch us. We're simulcasting, and now one of our homes is 104.7, 107.7 FM, in addition to WGR Sports Radio 550, which is on 550 AM. It's WGR 550 everywhere on a lot of spots now. You can find us everywhere. And Paul's with us. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Hello, how are you?
Paul, Joe and I, by the way, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. We had a loose comparison earlier for the USA women's team level of domination equal to the Soviets in 1980. And I feel like you might be the person to ask for this, but maybe it's not quite that level. But they've scored 31 and given up 1 in this tournament, and they'll play Canada in the gold medal game on Thursday. So maybe not the Soviets of 1980, but not far off.
Well, even that, the Soviets of 1980 didn't do that. Where they scored, what did you say, 31-1?
31-1 in the tournament, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't do that. I mean, but they were dominant, and it just, no team was expected to even touch them. And all of a sudden the upstart Americans did somehow figure it out. So this by far is the biggest gap I've seen between the U.S. and Canada in women's hockey. It's never been like this. It's always been very, very close. I mean, you had no idea who was going to win the game, before it started. And, this one, I think it would be a huge upset if Canada won, because the game that they've already played, it wasn't even close.
Right, and Poulin missed that game, but it wasn't close enough to think that one player would make that big of a difference.
Right. No, I don't. She wasn't there, but yeah, I don't think she would have.
Paul, the men, meanwhile, of course, they caught what might be a bad draw. I don't know if there's any way really to figure out how it was going to fall.
Did you see, though, how, me and Owen talked about this a little bit yesterday, and Paul, I don't know if you picked up on this too, that the way they do the seeding is based on your place in the group and not how many wins you had. So Germany is a higher seed with 1 win over Denmark than Sweden, who has 2 wins over Finland and Italy, which, I don't know, that felt weird, but It's not, now, whatever, we're here, right? And the U.S. has probably got to play Sweden if they win today, which is about as tough a draw as you probably could have imagined.
Yeah, the U.S. has the second seed, and here they are, a pretty good chance that they're going to have to face Sweden, and if they win that, probably play Finland.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just, you would have been better off being the fourth seed than being the second seed.
Right.
And that's why if anybody who saw the game, excuse me one second, anybody that saw the game wondered why Sweden pulled the goaltender after they were ahead, because after Sweden was ahead, Slovakia scored, and Sweden knew it. It screwed them up as far as seeding. I mean, Sweden wanted to win the group to get the bye. Then they wound up third just because of that goal. So they pulled the goalie trying to get a better goal differential so they could move up and not be third in the group.
Right. Because imagine if you're Sweden, what that goal did to you. I mean, we talk about how it makes it tougher for the U.S. Sweden's path to making or winning gold is probably got to be U.S., then Canada, then Finland to make it.
Yeah. So it's, where Canada, number one seed, they get the Czechia-Denmark winner. Slovakia faces the Germany-France winner. And even the team that came in second place, which gets a bye, I mean, Finland, they're waiting on the Switzerland-Italy winner. And the U.S. probably winds up with Sweden being the second seed. So it was just kind of a fluky thing because Sweden wound up much further down the ranks than anybody thought they would.
Paul Hamilton here. Paul, how has the U.S. looked to you? Does it look like a team that needs to wake up every game a little bit?
Yeah. Yeah, they do. I think Canada, to me, has looked much better in the games they've played. The U.S. has let teams hang around for a little bit, and then they kick it in and get going and start putting the puck in the net. They've – now, I thought Binnington probably has had to make the harder saves than Hellebuck has. Each has played 2 games. Swayman had a real rough outing, but it didn't matter because they scored enough goals. I mean, he got scored on from the red line, and they were blaming the boards.
And they're changing the boards, right?
Yes.
They did change them, right now. They're lighter.
I didn't hear Swayman blame him, but the commentators sure did. They felt he couldn't pick the puck up coming from the red line.
That makes sense to me to change the boards. Kind of like the batter's eye in baseball. Like it should not even be close to something where it makes it difficult for the players to do their job.
I mean, if you looked at Swayman, he was leaning to his left a little bit for that shot. The shot was totally to his right. So that's where I think the commentators got that he lost the puck in the boards because he was totally off where the puck was even going, in the beginning. And he was leaning to the left, by that time he wasn't going to be able to kind of get it all figured out and get over to the right. But, he had a little bit of a tough outing.
Just checking, Paul. It's illegal in the NHL if the Sabres wanted to make the other end of the ice dark boards that the opposing goalie's looking at twice.
I like that you looked into it.
That's probably illegal, I think. I haven't checked. I'm just assuming it's illegal.
Well, what advertisements do you want over there?
Yeah.
There you go.
Do they want a dark ad on the wall?
Do it. What about Tage for you? He's not playing a ton of minutes, but he is still playing on that number 1 power play. And I think that probably has, if you're wondering about a spot in the lineup, it's probably secure based on that. But he's definitely not playing a lot at the even strength times.
Yeah, he's only getting less, 9 minutes and some odd seconds in the last 2 games. And a lot of people are flipping themselves upside down trying to figure out why. It's really nothing Tage Thompson did. It's the rotation that the New York Rangers coach has come up with to make sure his New York Rangers players are playing and when they should be home watching from their living rooms. But that's basically all it is.
Yeah.
Because it was, he would get out for a couple and then Connor would get out for a couple. But Tage is in the power play, so when they decided it was time to, put somebody else into the lineup. Sure wasn't the Rangers guys that were going to sit. They weren't going to go up to the press box. It was Connor. He winds up going there. So, it is what it is. I mean, Sullivan is going to protect his players. Drury is going to make sure his players are there. And there they are. And, you get JT Miller in the lineup so he can screen the goaltender on one of the goals. I'm talking about his own goaltender.
Mm-hmm.
And, so it's don't kill yourselves trying to figure out, well, what's Tage doing? The coaches hate him or this or that. No, it has nothing to do with anything. It's just a rotation that the New York Rangers coach has come up with to make sure his New York Rangers players are playing.
And on Sweden, Paul, they're not having a great tournament. We talked about them earlier with the seeding. But Dahlin, would you agree he looks like their best player through the 3 games?
Yeah, and he's playing the most, too. In many of the games, he's getting the most minutes. Part of it was they figured out, which they didn't figure out in the 4 Nations, that they could put him on the power play. They were afraid to put him out in the power play. They were afraid to put him out in the penalty kill. They were afraid to put him out in overtime. And I thought he and Forsling played well together in that tournament, to be quite honest with you. And the thing that I watching Dahlin, he's more into like getting into the offensive zone, and next thing you see him down in the corner digging for the puck. He does it with the Sabres, yes, but not as much as he's doing with Finland, and it's actually gone in for goals, and he actually lost one of his assists. He left the game 1 with 3 assists, now only has 2. I've watched the replay of this play many times. I don't understand how Raymond wound up with an assist, because Dahlin, again, went into the zone, into the corner, fetched the puck, brought it along the wall, hit Brad in the middle. Brad took a really hard shot, but the goaltender kicked the rebound out to Forsling, who scored. Raymond was in front. Now, Raymond wound up with the first assist, which means they say he touched the puck between Bratt and the puck getting out to Forsling. I've watched it many times. Now, I don't have a close-up of it like they might have, because they changed it like after the game. But it looked to me like the goaltender kicked the rebound right out between the legs of Raymond. It didn't look to me like the puck hit him. But for them to change to assist afterwards, they must have had something where it was a real good close-up and saw it clipped his skate or something on the way back to Forsling.
All right. So Sabres back tomorrow, Paul, for practice, right?
Yeah, they're back tomorrow. They get going. They get a full week of practice. They won't practice every day like they have Friday off, and but they'll get it. They'll be back on the ice together over at Harbor Center tomorrow.
Very good. Thanks, Paul.
Take care, guys.
We'll check in again with Paul Hamilton later on in the tournament. Got the stat of the day for you about one of the wide receivers in this draft class and who he stacks up against in a certain category. You'll want to hear it. Jeremy and Joe on WGR Sports Radio 550 AM, of course, and now 107.7 and 104.7 FM. On the women's side, of course, the final will be tomorrow.
Yes, between Canada and the U.S.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow?
Thursday. It's Thursday.
Tomorrow would be U.S. and Sweden.
That's right. That's right. Tomorrow's U.S. Sweden. Thursday is U.S. Canada final. That'll be at 1:10 p.m. Switzerland and Sweden play for the bronze at 8:40 in the morning. If the U.S. women were to lose to Canada, would it be Miracle on Ice Part 2? The U.S. women's team has dominated on a level that I should go back and check. Does the Soviet Union team of 1980 have like a plus 30 goal differential?
I think it might be a little higher because I think did you watch the Miracle documentary on Netflix? The 1981?
I don't remember. They beat somebody by 15?
More. I think I was stunned to see as they did their couple minutes on what the Soviets had been doing while the U.S. were, becoming a group. And they played the Netherlands and beat them 16-2.
Okay.
And then played Japan and won 19-0. So they might have had a little higher of a number.
Okay.
But it's as close as I've ever seen. What's their goal? What's the Team USA goal differential right now? Like, they've allowed one goal still in the whole tournament? Like, their numbers are insane. And meanwhile, Canada is, like, having some trouble with Switzerland, which, if you know anything about the women's game in women's tournaments recently, like, it usually is a long shot to have anybody that isn't the U.S. or Canada play these teams close. Like, usually you're getting 5-0 minimum when they're playing other teams, when they're playing Sweden, when they're playing Finland, when they're playing Switzerland. And Canada, like, narrowly pulling one out against Switzerland and getting drubbed by the U.S. women earlier in the tournament. Yeah, they got to be a huge favorite, I think, going into tomorrow.
They are, in the tournament to this point, 31-1.
31-1. They've allowed one goal.
Yes.
Did you see the one goal? The one goal was a penalty shot as she was coming out of the box. So it it was a real goal, but there's no 5-on-5 play or rush or anything. Like, that's the only scenario.
Scores 5-1, 5-0, 5-0, 5-0, 6-0, 5-0.
Nuts.
Right.
Yeah.
And should you just guess 5-0 against Canada? I mean, they beat Canada 5-0 a week ago.
Right.
Tyreek Hill, Bradley Chubb. Anybody want to do either one of those? Because I don't want to do either one of those.
I mean, I don't think either would be expensive. I don't even want to entertain the idea of the Bills signing Tyreek Hill going forward. Just no interest whatsoever. Off that injury, he is a walking arrest every single spring, right? The list of things that he has done is offensive over the last 10 years. So don't want him. Chubb, if he's cheap, basically, to me. He has experience playing in this type of defense. Edge rusher. I don't like that his pass rush win rate numbers aren't very good. So maybe he'll be a trick to some team. Are there dumb teams out there that are still doing it just on sacks? Because if you look at that and say 20 sacks in the last 2 years, I'm in. But what is that going to cost you? Is that going to cost you what Joey Bosa cost you? $12 million? $13 million? He's not getting a big deal, a monster deal. So maybe I could be talked into him if the price was down and you're doing other stuff at the position too. But otherwise, I don't feel the need to want anything that Miami's cutting bait on right now. Waddle would be the only name that I would want to be talking about from their current roster.
The stat of the day.
All right. Got a stat of the day for you. I'm going to give you the stat, and then you have to make a couple guesses that come along with it. That's how we're doing this. Kind of like a half stat, half trivia.
Okay, a hybrid.
Yeah. We can we can multitask. That's how we roll. Stat of the day. All right, so this came from Ian Harditz, and it is about a wide receiver in this draft class that is very good at contested catches. Now, again, contested catches, that does not always mean you're winning a jump ball. It means when you are covered, when there's someone near you, you are good at the catch point. You can finish the catch.
Yep.
This wide receiver in this year's draft class has the third best single season rate of catching contested targets since 2019. It is Carnell Tate. 12 of 14.
Yeah.
12 of 14. Third best since 2019. That's the first part. The second part is, who are the two above him? Since 2019, drafted players with a single-season contested catch rate better than his, which was 85%.
Two guys above him.
Yeah. Here's your hint. Ready?
Are they Ohio State guys?
One of them is.
Is it Jackson Smith and Jigba?
He is one guy ahead of him, yes.
Is the other one like Puka?
No.
Is it like another one of the best receivers in football?
Yeah.
Jefferson?
Yeah. Jefferson, JSN,
Cardinal Tate.
Those are your three best contested catch rates in a single season in college football in the last 7 seasons. Some are saying Cardinal Tate would make this offense hum, if it doesn't already hum. Jeremy and Show, 803-0550. Listen, if I was out for one day, I got to get my wide receiver propaganda going.
We had a caller say this earlier, too. One thing that drives me nuts about where people's bar is for the Bills offense is the idea that even like 3rd, 5th, whatever, is, all right, I'm good. I don't have to do anything. I'm 3rd. I'm 4th. I'm 5th. I'm 7th in this stat. I'm fine. Josh Allen's your quarterback. You should be striving to be the best offense that's ever existed.
Sure.
Be the Warriors. You've got Steph. Go get Durant.
And they're pretty close to having a full offense. They could just make a couple things happen here and then still go get a defense.
I know.
I
guess for me, 3rd best in the league on offense when Josh Allen is your quarterback is not your peak. You could be better. You could be the best offense that's ever existed with this guy as your quarterback if you did it right.
Maybe they will be.
I don't know that they care.
I think
they're good being 3rd.
They've got minimal assets to work with this offseason.
Right. Yep.
One of the reasons I think they trading next year's first, if it was on the table at the deadline, it should still be on the table. Maybe this year's first. Jeremy Fowler has posted free agent fits and teams. We'll get to those on the other side. Get some more of your phone calls in. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. What else here? We've got 1 minute left. I'll get you this. I have a take on the NBA tanking scandal.
Ooh, okay.
I've seen a very smart take on this.
Okay. There's a lot of tanking scandals there.
Yes.
Utah is doing a job.
Okay. Why are there so many tanking scandals in the NBA? Can I give you the answer that the NBA doesn't want to accept as the right answer? How many teams are now eligible for the number 1 pick? 4?
Yeah, I think so. And they're all the same odds.
Shocking that since you put 4 teams in the mix instead of just one we're going to be bad anyway.
Right.
Let's take our chances. Oh, in an effort to curb tanking, you created more of it? Mm-hmm. Who could have seen this coming? Problem solved. Get the lottery out of there.
I've heard some funny solutions on
Get the lottery out of there.
How to do it.
I got all the wrong answers. Everybody's got all the wrong answers. Jeremy and Show, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Some free agency news, franchise tags. The window opens today. We'll get to more of it here on WGR Sports Radio 550, now on 107.7 and 104.7 FM. The Dolphins, to me, are going to be super interesting because I'm going to target their 11th pick the entire offseason. The whole offseason. I'm going to try...
Target how? Like to trade up?
Yep. I'm going to talk them into, you want a quarterback next year. And the best thing you could...
I'm sure that's what they want.
And the best thing you could possibly do to get one is dump out of 11 for a team that will give you next year's first to come all the way up to 11. That's the best thing that they could do. Now, I don't know if there's a quarterback that could get somebody to come up there. That's the problem. Let's look
Ty
at
Simpson's the only one that maybe has a thought about it.
And listen, it's the Bills model. That was a draft class, the quarterbacks that year, with Mahomes going 10th. That was a quarterback class not thought of as highly as the year after it, which you had 5 first-rounders, right? Mm-hmm. That class before is Trubisky. It's
Mahomes,
and Deshaun Watson. And Deshaun Watson and Mahomes go out. Mahomes goes 10th, and Watson goes outside of the top 10. Mm-hmm. So the point I'm making is Trubisky goes, a team wants a quarterback, it's the Chiefs. They call the Bills, they're going to come up 17 spots. Mm-hmm. We'll give you a first, and they do it for a quarterback. Would the Dolphins slide down 15 spots to where the Bills are at 26. For anything less than a future first, I don't know if they would. But there probably aren't teams calling for a quarterback. Could I find my way to a pick slide where Miami thinks we're stockpiling for next year, we're grabbing a 2027 first, and we're trading our first to the Bills? I'm going to be targeting it the whole year because it's the best way to get a truly great player is to find a spot to pick 11th. Also, for what it's worth, the draft order this year. This is another reason. I hope you're ready for me to lay out my point. You know who picks 9th? Kansas City. You know who picks 10th? Cincinnati. Let's pick 11th. Let's make sure the teams that we spent the whole playoffs and run up to the playoffs saying, well, at least they're not here. Well, they're going to pick 9th and 10th. Let's pick 11th. Let's make sure we're not going to fall behind them this year on this pick. And I know it's not scientific to kind of line that up, but I don't care. Guess who the next AFC team to pick is after you do if you pick at 11? Baltimore. Okay.
Right, Baltimore. How about that? All three of those teams in the top 15.
Yep. They're all picking right there. So I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna get in there. And I'm gonna stretch my legs and make sure I can get a spot. I know who I want to, and I'm not sure they'll be available at 11. But anyway, conversation for another day. To get to this point about what the Bills have, at NFL.com, they have a piece up here from NFL researcher Zach Kopel. And he writes a piece, it's very basically broken down. Like, how much cap space does every team have? And how much draft capital does every team have? And he just kind of averages them together. That's it. For instance, the Raiders have the second most cap space and the second most draft capital. All right. The Jets have the fourth most cap space and the most draft capital. And he gives them a composite score. Where do you rank from 1 to 32 on how much stuff you have this offseason? And they wrote a breakdown for every team. I mentioned Vegas 1, the Jets 2, the Titans are tied there. The Steelers are actually 4th. They have some good cap space and a lot of draft stuff. The Rams are 5th in terms of what they have to spend this year. All right, talk to me once you get to a team I care about. Cincinnati 7th. New England 8th. Baltimore 10th. Bills are 32.
32.
Dead last. They are 28th in cap space available and 25th in draft capital. The composite of the two puts them in last. So you want to have a big offseason? So do I. They might want to also. They have, comparatively, the least to work with. Does that sound like the right kind of time to trade up? You might say maybe no.
Yeah.
But the way for me to get more this year is to trade something from next year. Sabres hockey returns 8 days from now on the 25th. But in the meantime, Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden in action today at 3:10, taking on Latvia. With a victory there, they'll move on to the quarterfinal, where they'll face Tage Thompson and Team USA. In other news from the Olympics and Team USA, another dominant performance for the women's hockey team.
They picked up another lopsided win after crushing Sweden in the semifinal 5-0. They've breezed to the final, outscoring opponents 31-1 while recording 5 consecutive shutouts. They can finish one of the most dominant runs in Olympic history with a win over rival Canada, who they have already obliterated in the prelims in the gold medal game on Thursday. Alana Myers-Taylor won gold in women's monobob and became the oldest women's bobsled medalist at 41 years old. And Callie Humphreys won bronze. A look at the gold medal rankings now. Norway still on top with 28 total medals, 12 gold, 7 silver, and 9 bronze. Italy in second with 23 total medals, 8 gold, 4 silver, and 11 bronze. USA in third with 19 total medals, 6 gold, 8 silver, and 5 bronze. Now looking around the NFL. Teams can begin applying franchise or transition tags today through March 3rd. Potential franchise tag candidates are George Pickens, Daniel Jones, Alec Pierce, Kyle Pitts, Kenneth Walker, Trey Hendrickson, and Breece Hall. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports it's unlikely that the Seahawks will use their franchise tag on running back and Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker, per his league sources. The Seahawks have multiple free agents they want to retain and sign, and they also will try to extend wide receiver Jackson Smith and Jigba. The Dolphins released wide receiver Tyreek Hill. Hill's agent, Drew Rosenhaus, said Hill wants to continue playing once he's fully recovered from his knee injury. The Dolphins also released Bradley Chubb. And in other news, Mayweather versus Tyson is official. Floyd Mayweather Jr. and Mike Tyson will have an exhibition match in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, tentatively agreed for April 25th, 2026, per Ring Magazine. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550, now on 107.7 and 104.7 FM.
Bobby, what are the solutions for the league here? And let's talk short term and let's talk long term in your mind.
Well, I think the short term is that teams will continually get fined, and as the commissioner said, that they will look into docking, draft picks, whether it be second-round picks or maybe even first-round picks. I think, as I said last week, when you are a billionaire owner, you can pay that fine. However, when you start taking away those roster resources, that hits a little bit at home. I think we are going to get a wave of proposals from teams here, whether it be, do we freeze the standings after the All-Star break? Do we reward teams for winning, basically boosting their chances to get a better pick based on where they are in the standings here? So I'm looking at a possible radical overhaul. Also, one thing to mention here is the pick protections. That's something that's come up for discussion, where teams are protecting picks, something that's being discussed. Certainly you can go top 14 protected alone instead of doing 1 to 8 like we see with some of these teams.
Bobby Marks on SportsCenter. You know the scene in Mad Max Fury Road, and it's also become like a meme on the internet where it's Tom Hardy's character pointing up and saying, "That's bait."
Yes.
That's bait.
Yes.
Joe Kelly playing any sort of tanking conversation for me.
That's bait.
That's bait. I am ready anytime you want.
Uh-huh.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning.
The Utah Jazz are a tanking masterpiece.
Let me tell you, if there's one thing
they are
NBA
pulling guys out of games with 5 minutes left that are too hot from three.
Good for them. You know why they're tanking, by the way? Because
I don't even know. Like,
because
if there's a
they've
guy
been
this
terrible
year,
for multiple years, and they've been screwed by the lottery out of getting a player that will help them be good.
Mm-hmm.
And they're Utah. How will they ever get a good player? So what they'll do is they'll go to league meetings, and teams that are not Utah will say, like, you should definitely not let Utah do that.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good idea. I'm sure the Lakers will be quick to tell everybody you should never tank, right? The Lakers will tell everybody.
Yeah.
Anyway, these teams should not be treated as equals because they're not equals.
Right. Which is funny that I have seen, I'm sure this would be more people that like cover the Lakers or the Knicks or whoever, but a couple ideas I saw like this week. Everyone's got their ideas, right, of how to fix tanking. And one that I've seen gain some traction in the NBA media world the last couple of weeks is just get rid of the draft.
Okay.
Abolish the draft.
I think that's a
no
great
draft. Guys come out of college and it's open. It's like open recruiting.
Okay.
In like NCAA.
That is a good idea. I'd like to see one league do it. And the NBA is a great league to do it because anything past the first round is almost meaningless anyway.
Totally. Past the top 10.
Right.
Past the top, well, sometimes top 15, like top 20.
It's the best league to consider it. Yeah. 803-0550, our phone number. All right, on to the Bills and some off-season stuff. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Fog warning out there.
It is getting foggier, by the way. Since I came in this morning when it was kind of foggy, right now, we can not even really see the building across from where we are, which is 200 feet away?
Yeah.
You can kind of see it.
A little bit. If you've got a fog picture, you can tweet it at us. I'll take your word for it. Otherwise, you can send a picture.
Reminds me of the movie The Mist.
Okay.
Which is a ridiculous ending to a movie.
Stephen King horror movie.
Yeah.
By the way, you can join us. We are on WGR, and you can also hear us on 107.7 and 104.7 FM these days. We are now simulcasting over to that side, and that's home for us, too, on the FM dial. So we opened up the show today talking about the Dolphins changes, and I am I'm looking at that Dolphins 11th overall pick and salivating at what the Bills could get there. It doesn't even have to be about receiver. It can be about defensive end. Every once in a while, I feel like I got to say, you can be what you want it to be, unless it's for a running back or a guard. But it can be for what you want. It can be for the big defensive lineman that's the perfect fit in the Jim Leonard system if you want it to be. I think that there is tons of value actually in trading up when you factor in what you get from a contract standpoint. If you could trade for the next Justin Jefferson, let's just say that, but he's not under contract for $38 million and he's not 6 years in, would you pay 2 firsts for that? You can see the future. You're Biff in Back to the Future 2. It's probably an old person reference now. I'm old enough. Would you trade 2 firsts for that if you could see the future? The answer is 100% you would do that. The value you get is off the charts. Mm-hmm. And what the Bills need to start finding is value in players. They don't have that many guys that outperform their contracts right now. They need value from draft picks. Maybe that's Cole Bishop and Max Hairston right now who are on rookie deals that, they can grow into great players. But the guys that outperform their contract, the list is not long for this team. And good teams have to find those players. That's one thing Seattle really does have. They hit a bunch of first-round picks in a row, and they'll have to pay those guys. And then it'll get harder. Does it get harder when you have a quarterback? To a point. It gets harder once you stop having your surplus value deals. So I'd be going out and trying to buy a surplus deal with draft capital. And Miami has the 11th pick. They just cut Bradley Chubb, Tyreek Hill. Tua is looming.
They probably will trade. They'll probably attach a pick to get someone to take him.
Right. Someone will buy Tua's contract with a draft pick.
Yep.
Which means the Dolphins will give up a pick.
Yep.
And they're going to want picks back. And I think they would want picks in 2027 to say, hey, listen, let's go ahead and find our quarterback in 2027 after this year. If they're getting rid of all their good players, you want to put a rookie quarterback into that. You want to do probably what the Bills did. Mm-hmm. Let's establish something. I got a defensive coach and Jeff Hafley. Let's build a culture, new GM. We saw what the Bills did. Let's build it. And next year they should get their quarterback. And
by the way, next year there are talked about to be 7 to 8 guys that could go in the first round. And probably 5 or 6 that almost definitely will.
Yep.
You never know, right? Guys could fall out of the first. Matt Barkley was supposed to be a top 10 pick, and then he played one more year of college, and he went in the 4th. But right now, there are 7, 8 guys that are in the conversation.
I also think Miami's situation is a little bit unique in where they are in relation to the division. Think about where they are. If they want to get a franchise quarterback, it is not happening in this year's draft. They're not even going to try it.
No.
So, okay, trade out, get the Bills pick in 2027, or really get anybody's pick. They should just want to move out. They are going to be battling Josh Allen for how many more years? 6, 7? I'll just give a conservative number for them. Right?
Yep.
6. Drake May for what?
10.
12?
10 to 12.
The Jets have 3 firsts next year.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be going after their quarterback probably in 2027. And if you're the Dolphins, you might as well say, we got to get up there with the Jets and maybe be in position to move ahead of them for the guy that we like.
Right.
So Miami needs to stockpile for next year. We know, piecing together some things, the report was the Bills offered a 2027 first for Jalen Waddle.
Mm-hmm.
That deal fell apart, didn't happen, whatever. They didn't want to deal in the division. How serious were they? Say what you will. So, line all that up, and I put a Twitter poll up, what's a better use of the Bills' 2027 first? Is it trade it for Waddle and use your 26th pick? Or is it move up to 11 and go get what you want? You can make the position what you want. I'd be all about Carnell Tate 100 times out of 100.
Yep.
I don't know if he'll make it to 11. I'm seeing going as high as 5. But I think moving up to get what you want has value when you're a team like the Bills. It's not a great idea for Atlanta to do it, which they just did when they did it for James Pierce, trading a future first to move into the late first to take a edge rusher with character issues. I do think the Julio Jones trade that Atlanta made was a good move for a good team at the time. And I think the Bills, if it's for that or if it's for whatever, get in there and get a difference maker. I think it'd be a good idea to help this team break through the wall, right? We're hitting the playoff wall. Well, let's break through the roster wall of just sitting around and taking the same number of picks. Do something aggressive after a player. I think it's a good idea to do it, and I think Miami is a good team to target, even if you're not the Bills doing it. If you want to do it with somebody else, I think Miami is a target. So we're talking about that.
The most recent mock draft from yesterday that I pulled up is from CBS Sports. You want to trade up to 11? Tate's gone. Ruben's gone.
Ruben
Bain is gone. Jordan Tyson is there.
Okay.
There's a receiver. Sonny Styles, a linebacker. I think that will be a tougher sell if it is a defensive player that's not an edge rusher. I think safety will be very interesting if they did something like that. I think linebacker would be super interesting. To me, you do that. This kind of goes to your earlier point about the value and the salaries and what position are you making that move for? Because safety, you hit on the safety, and what's the best safety in the league make? 20?
Yeah,
$20 million.
Kyle Hamilton got paid, and he lapped everybody by 3 laps when he got paid.
But does he make what? Greg Rousseau money? He makes a third-tier edge rusher money.
Right.
So, to me, if you're going up that high, you got to nail it, and you got to nail it in terms of what salary
Kyle
advantage
Hamilton,
you're getting as well.
Kyle Hamilton got an AAV of 25.
Okay, there you go. So that's not that far off from Rousseau.
Yeah.
To me, if you're going up that high, it's got to be for an edge rusher. It's got to be for a receiver. It's got to be for the positions that are the value positions, the most meaningful positions. You want to throw a tackle on there if you need that, then sure, but the Bills don't need a tackle.
No, right now, no.
So to me, I would be into that idea, but it's got to be for one of those two positions.
To the edge rusher point, we'll get to your calls. I want you to give this stat you gave to me about quick pressures.
Yeah.
Because this was, I feel like when Joe told me this during the break, it was one of those yeah, that actually makes tons of sense, but still kind of dropped my jaw.
Yeah, so it's not just about how often you get pressures. To go even deeper on it, we were talking about this with Bradley Chubb because he doesn't have a lot of pressures. He had a lot of sacks, but he didn't have a lot of pressures. And not only that, but how long does it take you? We had, was it Joe Marino or Chris Trapasso? One of our guests recently talked about Rousseau and how he gets his win rate's high, but it takes him forever to beat that tackle. And you look at the top guys in the league in quick pressure, so under 3 seconds. How long does it take you to get to the quarterback? And Abdul Carter led the league. He had 48 of those. The other guys near him, Nick Bonito, Will Anderson, Micah Parsons, Miles Garrett. That's your top 5.
These are the 5 best.
All the best.
The guys that are terrors for the quarterback.
Josh Hines, Allen, Jeffrey Simmons, Aiden Hutchinson, Chris Jones, Brian Burns. The top, it's all the best pass rushers in the league.
Where are they in the numbers? Because
they're at 35, 33, 31, 27, 27. These guys are getting
27 plus for the elite pass rusher.
Yeah.
Okay.
Greg Rousseau last year, quick pressures. He got to the quarterback in under 3 seconds. He had 6. Total for the year, he had 6, which ranked 140th in the NFL. Not saying he's a bad player.
No.
Just there is another level. There's a different type of rusher that I think are the more valuable ones. And it's the guys that, they get there, but what value really is it if, you beat your tackle, but it took you 5 seconds to do it? And the only reason you were even had the opportunity to win it is because the quarterback hung onto the ball long enough. So to me, that almost sounds like it inflates some guys' numbers, or you just have different types of edge rushers. And to me, when you see the list of the guys that are doing it the most, it's all the best guys in the league. The guys that make $35, $40 million a year. By the way, Max Crosby doesn't rank very highly in this category. He only had 12 last year. Quick pressures, less than 3 seconds. Bosa didn't rank well in that last year. Like, you could say also it's about the Bills' defense, and that was a McDermott thing. That they stay in your rush lanes and drive straight ahead and don't try to do a spin move or try to don't lose your edge because you're trying to get to the quarterback quicker. Maybe this will be different. Maybe this will be no, go ahead. Like, take the risk. You might lose your edge, but every third time you do it, you're going to get to the quarterback in 2 seconds. And that's more valuable to us than always staying in your position.
I'll be interested in the next couple months to learn like how that could be used differently. Rousseau also had tons of his pressure in college from the interior of the line.
More of his sacks, I believe, in college came from defensive tackle than a different defensive
And the Bills
end.
almost never kick him inside. It's
Never.
like they've been very reluctant to do that. Zach in Buffalo. Zach, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm happy to report that I'm calling in from the FM dial here.
All right, our first call from the FM dial. Zach, you sound different.
Yeah, you guys sound different. It's amazing. Here's a name that I feel like we talked a lot about around the trade deadline last year, and that's Brian Thomas Jr. He doesn't have the exclamation point that a Tate has or a Waddle has, but I don't know. I don't know. Define cheap, but he didn't have the best year last year. You could probably get him at least a little cheaper than what the going rate of, 11 is. And I think he's a good player. That room, I'm confused by the wide receiver room there because now Travis Hunter apparently is going to be playing more defense, so maybe they want to hang on to Thomas Jr., but then you got other guys. So, I'd like that move if they can do it.
That was a bit of new information this week that I think then took a hit to the idea of trading for Thomas.
Do you buy that? Why?
I don't know why they'd be saying it if they didn't plan on it. They don't really. It's not one of these like, well, an agent's putting this out there. Like, I don't know what's the game. What's the advantage in telling everyone that he's going to be more of a corner?
Lowering expectations?
Maybe.
I don't know. Deciding that
maybe it's for the trade market. Maybe it is, I'm Brandon Beane, I'm whatever GM. I'm calling you about Brian Thomas Jr. because I know you're loaded at receiver and you don't have room for all four of these guys. And if you're telling me, well, I don't have to make Travis Hunter a wide receiver.
Right.
You better pay up on Brian Thomas because I don't have to trade Brian Thomas. I guess that could be the game. But to me, like, if they're right, if they are planning on him being a corner, that's how they keep all of those guys. Because without doing that, there's no room for all four of them. There's not enough snaps, there's not enough routes, there's not enough targets, take your advantage and flip it into something else that would help you. That's what I would do if I were Jacksonville. But that implies that Hunter is playing receiver. And if he's going to play 20% of the time at receiver, then I don't feel like I've got to trade Brian Thomas Jr.
I saw a mock trade. It's mock season.
It is mock season.
We should be wearing mock turtlenecks just because it's mock season. Mock draft, mock trade. I saw a mock trade.
Are all turtlenecks mock turtlenecks?
No.
What's the difference?
A mock turtleneck doesn't have an actual turtleneck.
So it's not actually a turtleneck.
Hence the mock. That's just like a mock draft isn't really a draft. A mock turtleneck.
Is it just on how high they go up?
Yeah, it's like a collar.
Because I looked up mock turtleneck and it looks like a turtleneck to me.
But it's not as long of a turtleneck.
Okay. It's just a shorter turtleneck.
Yes.
All right.
It kind of pretends to be a turtleneck, whereas a turtleneck goes all the way up.
I didn't know any of this because I don't know that I've ever worn a turtleneck in my life.
You know, it's kind of an odd thing to wear.
You gotta be able to pull it off.
It's not comfortable.
No?
No, they're never really comfortable, no.
Is that just because of the beard, though?
No.
Does that matter to it at all?
I don't even know if they're in style. It's a good question.
Because to me, like, I imagine someone, maybe this is stereotyping, someone that's wearing a turtleneck and they are clean-shaven and maybe don't even have hair on top.
Because your beard, if your neck beard, I don't know.
The guy I see has glasses, no hair up top, and no facial hair. That's my turtleneck guy.
I want to say Kekalainen wore a turtleneck recently.
Jarmo Kekalainen.
Are you
that's
sure,
a turtleneck guy.
Are you sure you're not actually describing some cartoon turtle? Because
it's possible.
It's a bald with glasses.
It's possible.
This could be some cartoon character from a show.
Are there cartoon? What's a cartoon? Franklin the Turtle? No, Franklin. What was Franklin?
The Aardvark? No, that's Arthur.
Anyway, I had a mock trade. It was.
Franklin the Turtle. He wore a hat, though.
Okay. Do you have glasses?
No.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm thinking of.
The mock trade was for Brian Thomas Jr., and it was Keon Coleman and the Bills first for Brian Thomas Jr. and the Jaguars sixth. So basically, it's a...
Gotta love a mock trade that throws the sixth.
Well, that's a pick slide. You're not losing a pick. You're
it's a 5-round pick slide.
Is it worth a 5-round pick slide to go from Keon Coleman to Brian Thomas Jr.?
I'm basically drafting. I feel like Coleman and the 6th to me are like a wash. I feel like I am drafting Brian Thomas with my 26th overall pick, and I only get 2 years of him on the rookie deal, and then I've got to decide what to do money-wise.
Right.
He's good.
But I get half the time of the cheap contract.
Whenever I have thought of the idea of him, which I like the player. I don't think he's perfect. I think he had a down year last year. I've never thought that it would cost a first.
It shouldn't.
Second, I thought about the second. If I thought about maybe a third and something else that's decently valuable. To me, if the price on him was a first, I think I'd be really hesitant to pay that.
Right. I don't think it should be that at all. What if it's Coleman in a first for Thomas in a third?
Then I am more interested.
Right, because now I'm getting a third for Coleman.
A 6 feels like nothing to me, whereas a third is like I should, more than half the time I should be getting a starting player out of that pick.
Listen, this is the day that franchise tags can start to be applied, and the combine is coming, and we've got an offseason, and I just want everyone to know every idea has a yeah but. And I accept that. I'm ready to give a yeah but on the ones that I like. It really comes down to what yeah but are you okay with?
Is the least yeah but just sitting at 26 and taking a wide receiver?
That's fine.
Is that the least yeah but? What's the yeah but on that? Just sit at 26 and take the best receiver available. What's the yeah but?
The yeah but for that one is...
That's the one there might not be one.
Right, yeah, but I got
your yeah, but there is you're less likely to actually hit on the pick and get another Keon Coleman.
Maybe.
Right?
I guess, okay, here the answer to that is the yeah, but on those is on the player. Casey Concepcion. Yeah, but he might have drops issues. Okay?
Right, the prospect you're getting is going to be more of the yeah, right, he's more flawed. He's got something to him that makes him a risk, whereas if you land Carnell Tate, I don't have anything in his game that makes me nervous.
I don't think so. Not for me.
And it's more about the capital that you're paying more than about the person you're drafting. So that would make sense. But to me, the sitting there at 26 feels like the least of that.
803-0550, our number. Then there's also other news today. The story that the construction, because we'll get to a break here, and back to your phone calls, Rob and Ron, if you can hang with us. The story that construction at the stadium has been halted because of vandalism.
Yeah.
Graffiti. The discovery of graffiti in the new Highmark Stadium in several locations.
Secured areas included.
Yeah.
I saw. Yeah.
The graffiti was found in both finished and unfinished areas of the stadium project site. Suspended work and launched a full investigation in partnership with trade contractors. The story is that work could be reinstated perhaps by today. The stadium is 87% complete and on pace to be completed this summer. But, yeah, heck of a story. So, News Radio 930 WBEN, of course, tracking some of the latest on that. We'll let you know what we hear along the way as well and continue to take your calls. Marcel Louis-Jacques will join us in about 15, 20 minutes. We reached out to him, covers the Dolphins, to ask about Tyreek Hill, Bradley Chubb, and the Dolphins' plan. If, in fact, that 11th pick, I'm going to ask him, you want to trade it? That 11th pick? 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock works. All right, I'm booking him right now. 9 o'clock, Marcel Louis-Jacques on the Dolphins. Jeremy and Joe on WGR and now on FM as well, on the FM dial, 107.7 and 104.7 FM. On the women's side, of course, the final will be tomorrow.
Yes, between Canada and the U.S.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow?
Thursday. It's Thursday.
Tomorrow would be U.S. and Sweden.
That's right. That's right. Tomorrow's U.S. Sweden. Thursday is U.S. Canada final. That'll be at 1:10 p.m. Switzerland and Sweden play for the bronze at 8:40 in the morning. If the U.S. women were to lose to Canada, would it be Miracle on Ice Part 2? The U.S. women's team has dominated on a level that I should go back and check. Does the Soviet Union team of 1980 have a plus 30 goal differential?
I think it might be a little higher because I think did you watch the Miracle documentary on Netflix? The
No.
1981?
I don't remember. They beat somebody by 15?
More. I think I was stunned to see as they were, they did their couple minutes on, what the Soviets had been doing while the U.S. were, becoming a group. And they played, the Netherlands and beat them, 16-2.
Okay.
And then played Japan and won, 19-0. So they might have had a little higher of a number.
Okay.
But it's as close as I've ever seen. What's their goal? What's the Team USA goal differential right now? They've allowed one goal still in the whole tournament? Their numbers are insane. And meanwhile, Canada is having some trouble with Switzerland, which if you know anything about the women's game in women's tournaments recently, it usually is a long shot to have anybody that isn't the US or Canada play these teams close. Usually you're getting 5-0 minimum when they're playing other teams, when they're playing Sweden, when they're playing Finland, when they're playing Switzerland. And Canada, narrowly pulling one out against Switzerland and getting drubbed by the U.S. women earlier in the tournament. Yeah, they got to be a huge favorite, I think, going into tomorrow.
They are, in the tournament to this point, 31-1.
31-1. They've allowed one goal.
Yes.
Did you see the one goal? The one goal was a penalty shot as she was coming out of the box. So it wasn't it was a real goal, but there's no 5-on-5 play or rush or anything. That's the only scenario.
Scores 5-1-5-0-5-0-5-0-6-0-5-0.
Nuts.
Right.
Yeah.
And should you just guess 5-0 against Canada? I mean, they beat Canada 5-0 a week ago.
Right.
To get to this point about what the Bills have, at NFL.com, they have a piece up here from NFL researcher Zach Kopel. And he writes a piece, it's very basically broken down. How much cap space does every team have? And how much draft capital does every team have? And he just kind of averages them together. That's it. For instance, the Raiders have the second most cap space and the second most draft capital. All right. Mm-hmm. The Jets have the fourth most cap space and the most draft capital. And he gives them a composite score. Where do you rank from 1 to 32 on how much stuff you have this offseason? And they wrote a breakdown for every team. I mentioned Vegas 1, the Jets 2, the Titans are tied there. The Steelers are actually 4th. They have some good cap space and a lot of draft stuff. The Rams are 5th in terms of what they have to spend this year. All right, talk to me once you get to a team I care about. Cincinnati 7th. New England 8th. Mm-hmm. Baltimore 10th. Bills are 32.
32.
Dead last. They are 28th in cap space available and 25th in draft capital. The composite of the two puts them in last. Mm-hmm. So you want to have a big offseason? So do I. They might want to also. They have, comparatively, the least to work with. Mm-hmm. Does that sound like the right kind of time to trade up? You might say maybe no.
Yeah.
But the way for me to get more this year is to trade something from next year.
Eight days away from Sabres hockey return on the 25th, but in the meantime, Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden in action today at 3:10, taking on Latvia. With a victory, they'll move on to the quarterfinal where they'll face Tage Thompson and Team USA. That'll be tomorrow. In other news, in the Olympics and for Team USA, another dominant performance from the U.S. women's hockey team. They picked up another lopsided win after crushing Sweden in the semifinal 5-0. Team USA, they breezed to the final, outscoring opponents 31-1 while recording 5 consecutive shutouts. They can finish one of the most dominant runs in Olympic history with a win over rival Canada, who they've already obliterated in the prelims earlier in the gold medal game on Thursday. Alana Myers-Taylor won gold in women's monobob and became the oldest women's bobsled medalist at 41 years old. Kaylee Humphreys won bronze. Now we'll look at your gold medal rankings. Norway's still on top, 28 total medals, 12 gold, 7 silver, 9 bronze. Italy in second, 23 total medals, 8 gold, 4 silver, and 11 bronze. And the USA is in third with 19 total medals, 6 gold, 8 silver, and 5 bronze. Now around the NFL. Teams can begin applying franchise or transition tags today through March 3rd. Some potential tag candidates are George Pickens, Daniel Jones, Alec Pierce, Kyle Pitts, Kenneth Walker, Trey Hendrickson, Breece Hall. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports it's unlikely that the Seahawks will use their franchise tag on running back and Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker as well. Dolphins, they've released wide receiver Tyreek Hill. Hill's agent, Drew Rosenhaus, said Hill wants to continue playing once he's fully recovered from his knee injury. And the Dolphins also released Bradley Chubb. Mayweather versus Tyson is official. Floyd Mayweather Jr. and Mike Tyson will have an exhibition match in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, tentatively agreed for April 25th of 2026 per Ring Magazine. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550, now on 107.7 and 104.7 FM.
There are two just glaringly obvious players the Bills should release and create cap space. One of them is Curtis Samuel, and that would create $6.1 million in savings. Just seems obvious. Be done here. He's not been available for 2 seasons. Quit planning for him to be part of the mix, not having him, and then kind of missing out on a layer to your offense. Just be done. The other one that feels very obvious to me is Taylor Rapp. That would free up $3.1 million in savings. So right there, those two moves, easy.
This is our good buddy Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast. Had a question. Somebody wrote to me, when will we start to hear about the Bills moves, right? Like the Dolphins made a couple moves here, Tyreek Hill, Bradley Chubb. And the answer is in the next couple weeks, we should find out. Start of the league year and all that. The Bills have intentions of releasing guy here or there. So, you know, they'll be free to sign somewhere else. So should happen soon enough. Today's the day that the franchise tag window opens. Teams can start to place the franchise tag, you know, for the Bills if they wanted to. Connor McGovern, David Edwards. Not going to happen, as Joe pointed out. The franchise tag system is broken in a couple spots. One is all linemen grouped together, and the other is, of course, linebacker/edge. Yeah, and that mixing of things.
Yep, it makes linebackers that are middle linebackers who get paid what? Well, what do the top guys make? $20 million there? Not even, right? And it's $29 million for the franchise tag because you're getting grouped in with, you know,
Micah Parsons,
Trey Hendrickson, and Micah Parsons, and Myles Garrett.
To the same point, that's why last year when we went through the Bills offseason of Shakir, Benford, Rousseau, Cook, Bernard.
Yeah.
My prediction was the order they get signed and how some of them were not candidates for franchise tags. Like Shakir was never a candidate for the franchise tag. You could make the same case at receiver, like slot receiver, and
true.
It's a different job. If you are the best slot receiver in football, that's nice. Can you do the stuff on the outside? If you don't do that, you know, I love what you do, but you aren't going to get $38 million. It's never going to happen for you. So, you know, differentiation of positions. The franchise tag is kind of this crude tool you can use in specific circumstances. I would not expect the Bills to use it, or really many teams to use it this year. Last year, there were only 2 players, Trey Smith and T. Higgins, and both did stay with their teams. 803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Higgins got a relatively short deal, and Trey Smith got a monster deal with the Chiefs. Yep. Take your phone calls here at 803-0550. Germany advances. They beat France. Early morning hockey today.
They play Slovakia next. They get the benefit of a ridiculous tie-breaking system. where 1-win teams can be above 2-win teams. All right.
Shouldn't the seeding just
makes no sense?
Straight win goal differential.
Sure, but shouldn't wins be first?
Wins should probably be
wins
first.
Should be. In what sport is wins not come first?
Listen, you're gonna.
I guess actually there is one. The NFL, right? Any divisional, you win the division, but not for second. Well, hockey. Okay, I guess maybe there's something.
There we go. We're on to something.
The NHL, yeah. Just eliminate the division standing meaning more than wins in all sports. You finish second out of 4 teams. Congratulations. That's not more important than having one more win, which is what Sweden did. And now the U.S. has to play Sweden.
You're going to have a tough time getting me off of any Winter Olympic sport should be changed more than short track speed skating, which is not a serious sport. This is not a serious sport.
I think I'm willing to say 2 things. That I enjoy it, and I think it's a lot of fun, and I am glued to it, and also that it's probably not a serious sport.
It is an absurd sport.
It is like it's crashing. It's what I imagine enjoying roller derby would have been back in the day.
That dude on the podium getting his gold medal, was he embarrassed?
He knew. He was like crying, wasn't he?
He knew, like, everybody knows I probably really shouldn't get this.
Well, now he's got it.
Congratulations.
You want to put an asterisk on the short track speed skating gold medalist?
No, I think the entire sport is a sham. The whole thing.
You want to put an asterisk on the sport?
Yeah. Rob in Connecticut. Hey, Rob.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Owen. Jeremy, I'm glad you're feeling better. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I'm really, really looking forward to seeing if Brandon Beane's going to pull the rabbit out of the hat this year with what's going on. And I am absolutely drooling at your idea, Jeremy, as far as moving to the 11th spot with Miami. I mean, that would be awesome because the first thing I was thinking about was wide receiver. And I know that Tate wouldn't fall into that. And I know you guys, I've been listening to you. You don't like Concepcion.
I do, but you wouldn't have to move to 11 for him.
There was a possibility that he might fall there. You never know.
Oh.
He is a good return man as well. But what most importantly, if we were to get that 11th spot, which position would you want us to take? More importantly, wide receiver, linebacker first. That's my first question. And I'm going to move to the next question is, Max Crosby. I would rather take Max Crosby over Chubbs. So
yes.
I know this might sound a little ridiculous, but if we were to trade Greg Rousseau and Keon Coleman and whatever draft pick to the Raiders for Max Crosby, what would you think of that idea?
Rousseau and Coleman? I mean, I don't know the dead money for a Rousseau trade. I don't really know.
It's interesting. I don't know what the money is on that either.
I could check.
Daniel Jeremiah released a mock draft 12 minutes ago, and he had KC Concepcion going 32nd.
Yeah,
to Seattle.
I've never
passed the Bills.
I've not seen him any higher than like 23.
Yeah, if the Bills,
I don't think he's going any higher than that.
If the Bills traded Greg Rousseau, they would be on the hook for. He has starting point. He's an $11 million cap hit this year.
Okay, it's not bad value because the cap hit's
If you trade him before June 1st, his cap hit this year will be $28 million.
Okay, you're not going to do that. So end of story.
Yeah, so you can't trade Rousseau. You want to know who the Bills draft in this Daniel Jeremiah mock draft?
The defensive tackle from Ohio State.
Not Lee. That is, I don't know who that is. He's not here.
He's starting to show up in mock drafts.
No, they have Malachi Fields, wide receiver from Notre Dame.
Okay.
Bills had a player with a wide catch radius to complement Khalil Shakir. That's the term. That's the reasoning.
Okay. He made some nice catches at the Senior Bowl.
Denzel Boston at 21. You had a lot of receivers in the first round here. Jordan Tyson at 14. Malachi Lemon at 8.
Makai Lemon,
excuse me. Carnell Tate at 5.
Okay. Yeah, 5'6".
Man, the Giants with Neighbors and Tate on the same team.
And Dart. We'll see how that
works. And the worst offensive coaching staff I've ever seen put together. Greg Roman, Matt Nagy, and Brian Callahan are the 3 that are going to take Jackson Dart into the future. All right.
The tough part about a trade up is it can only happen as pretty much your last move of the offseason. right? Like free agency happens.
Yeah, right.
And your board is all set. That's what makes, I feel like trades like this would be more frequent if the draft happened before free agency. Because, like, let's take a swing. Let's go do what we can. And then, all right, it didn't work. Let's go fill in some of our needs. As opposed to the other way around, which is teams like to sign here and there and get their pieces and then go to the draft not really having a glaring hole, right? How often you hear NFL GM say, I don't want to go into a draft where everybody knows what I need. Like, teams don't already know. But you could talk yourself out of any move if you fill in with like, I signed this player, so I don't have as big of a need here. Or I got to make sure that, the $12 million a year I just invested in this linebacker isn't for naught. I don't want to trade for that linebacker. I feel like the trading up scenario, whatever, it's not even just for the Bills. I kind of laid it out in part because it makes a lot of sense for Miami. Miami should be the team. I mean, I don't know about calling and saying, anybody want this for next year's stuff? But they should. The Dolphins should start.
I would think they would be doing that.
They should call every team, like, who wants 11? They should be hoping a certain player or two falls to that spot and then just, like, wait the 15 minutes and take the best offer and get as much 2027 draft capital. Maybe you missed. Can we hold on one second?
Yeah.
Joe, Callie, you got that clip from Todd McShay we played last week? The loony bin clip? Because I want to play this again if anybody missed this. This is the draft conversation flipped the other way. He's talking about teams trading into this year. And what he says about it lays out how teams feel about next year's class versus this year's class. And this is where, like, Miami should move out, and I'm saying the Bills are one of the teams that should do this. So go ahead, Joe.
I think you should be put in a loony bin. A loony bin. Like straight to the psych ward. If you're willing to give up 2027 compensation for 2026.
All right, so the good news is I'm in the loony bin. But
you want to do it.
I want to do it. Because I'm in a different world. I am not team building. I am team finishing.
Yeah.
The 2027, if let's talk just about a 27 pick in the second round. What is that doing for me and when? 2028 at earliest?
Yeah, I mean, unless you hit on the pick right away. I mean, it could be next year.
I might be too far gone trying to finish this job, and the GM might not want to do it. But, like, if I'm team building like Miami, I'm doing what Todd McShay says. Get me out of here. Let me get somebody to give me 2027 or 2026. If I'm the Bills, what other team should be living in this spot? Where it's like, we got to go, man. We got to finish this.
Do we also know what's the specific context of 27 capital over 26 capital? Is that true at every position?
It's definitely true at quarterback.
It's definitely true at quarterback, but if I'm the Bills, I don't care about that. If it's true at receiver and it's true at edge rusher, that could get me to second guess any trade up idea.
But here's the problem.
If you told me,
okay,
but the problem is that the receiver class this year seems deep, and the idea that it's going to be miles better next year just doesn't seem realistic.
But let me give you let's play it out. Even it is, you're still talking about picking where? 28th,
right?
27th,
right?
30th. Like, because you're not getting any higher. You don't think you are, at least.
Yeah, because again, like if it matters to the quarterback position, most notably more than anything else, then
Miami
is important for that. The Jets too. I know the Jets already have 3, and maybe they don't think they need more.
But maybe move it.
If they did, like. They're sitting there at 16. Hey, Jets, you want to just do it? You want my 27 first for your 16th this year? Because to you, next year, way more valuable. Wouldn't you rather have even a late first rounder in next year's draft than a mid first rounder this year? Maybe I got to throw in like a third or something. That's a trade up that's 5 spots lower than Miami that maybe you can get without having. Maybe both of them. I wonder if you can get to 16 without having to give up 2 firsts.
We should also place a bet right now. How many first rounders will there be next year when people say, I'm charting first rounders and I've got it at 12?
New record, 16 first round grades.
16 first round grades. What a loaded class.
It's so dumb.
It's reality. It's how these guys work.
Call it A+ then. A first round is 32.
Jeremy and Joe on WGR. More of your calls. Marcel Louis-Jacques joining us top of the hour to talk a little bit about Miami. You can catch us, of course, on WGR Sports Radio 550. Also on the FM dial, 107.7 and 104.7 starting today. Happy to have you. The Dolphins, to me, are going to be super interesting because I'm going to target their 11th pick the entire offseason. The whole offseason. I'm going to try.
Target how? Like to trade up?
Yep. I'm going to talk them into, you want a quarterback next year. And the best thing you could...
I'm sure that's what they want.
And the best thing you could possibly do to get one is dump out of 11 for a team that will give you next year's first to come all the way up to 11. That's the best thing that they could do. Now, I don't know if there's a quarterback that could get somebody to come up there. That's the problem. Let's look
Ty
at
Simpson's the only one that maybe has a thought
right
about it.
And listen, it's the Bills model. That was a draft class, the quarterbacks that year, with Mahomes going 10th. That was a quarterback class not thought of as highly as the year after it, which you had 5 first-rounders, right?
Mm-hmm.
That class before is Trubisky, it's
Mahomes
and Deshaun Watson. And Deshaun Watson and Mahomes go out. Mahomes goes 10th, and Watson goes outside of the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
So the point I'm making is Trubisky goes, a team wants a quarterback, it's the Chiefs. They call the Bills, they're going to come up 17 spots.
Mm-hmm.
We'll give you a first, and they do it for a quarterback. Would the Dolphins slide down 15 spots to where the Bills are at 26 for anything less than a future first? I don't know if they would.
Mm-hmm.
But there probably aren't teams calling for a quarterback. Could I find my way to a pick slide where Miami thinks we're stockpiling for next year, we're grabbing a 2027 first, and we're trading our first to the Bills? I'm going to be targeting it the whole year because it's the best way to get a truly great player is to find a spot to pick 11th. Also, for what it's worth, the draft order this year. This is another reason. I hope you're ready for me to lay out my point. You know who picks 9th? Kansas City. You know who picks 10th? Cincinnati. Let's pick 11th. Let's make sure the teams that we spent the whole playoffs and run up to the playoffs saying, well, at least they're not here. Well, they're going to pick 9th and 10th. Let's pick 11th. Let's make sure we're not going to fall behind them this year on this pick. And I know it's not scientific to kind of line that up, but I don't care. Guess who the next AFC team to pick is after you do if you pick at 11? Baltimore. Okay.
Right, Baltimore. How about that? All 3 of those teams in the top 15.
Yep. They're all picking right there. So I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna get in there. And I'm gonna stretch my legs and make sure I can get a spot. I know who I want to, and I'm not sure they'll be available at 11. But anyway, conversation for another day. To the edge rusher point, we'll get to your calls. I want you to give the stat you gave to me about quick pressures.
Yeah,
because this was I feel like when Joe told me this during the break, it was one of those like, yeah, that actually makes tons of sense, but still kind of dropped my jaw.
Yeah, so it's not just about how often you get pressures. To go even deeper on it, we were talking about this with Bradley Chubb because he doesn't have a lot of pressures. He had a lot of sacks, but he didn't have a lot of pressures. And not only that, but how long does it take you? We had, was it Joe Marino or Chris Trapasso? One of our guests recently talked about Rousseau and how he gets his win rate's high, but it takes him forever to beat that tackle. And you look at the top guys in the league in quick pressure, so under 3 seconds. How long does it take you to get to the quarterback? And Abdul Carter led the league. He had 48 of those. The other guys near him, Nick Bonito, Will Anderson, Micah Parsons, Miles Garrett. That's your top 5.
These are like the 5 best.
All the best.
The guys that are terrors for the quarterback.
Josh Hines, Allen, Jeffrey Simmons, Aiden Hutchinson, Chris Jones, Brian Burns. Like the top, it's all the best pass rushers in the league.
Where are they in the numbers? Because
they're at 35, 33, 31, 27, 27. Like these guys are getting
27 plus for the elite pass rusher.
Yeah.
Okay.
Greg Rousseau last year, quick pressures. That he got to the quarterback in under 3 seconds. He had 6. Total for the year, he had 6, which ranked 140th in the NFL. Not saying he's a bad player.
No.
Just there is another level. There's a different type of rusher that I think are the more valuable ones. And it's the guys that, yeah, they get there, but what value really is it if, okay, you beat your tackle, but it took you 5 seconds to do it? And the only reason you were even had the opportunity to win it is because the quarterback hung onto the ball long enough. So to me, that almost sounds like it inflates some guys' numbers, or you just have different types of edge rushers. And to me, when you see the list of the guys that are doing it the most, it's all the best guys in the league.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. A quick fun topic if you want it, movie topic. Name an actor you see them in a movie and you immediately say like, oh yeah, this movie's way better.
Timothy Chalamet. That's my guy for that right now.
Okay.
All time.
How about like I'm kind of going for like you maybe didn't know this person was in this movie, and they're on the screen. You're like, oh, this is good. Because I had one of those. I told you I was sick over the weekend. I got too much time to myself and got a chance to watch a movie. I knew what I was supposed to watch, and I wasn't totally sure everybody was in it. This guy shows up on the screen. I'm like, all right, we're in.
So this wouldn't be like a main guy or girl, because it's not going to be someone that I know going in is in it.
You might. People would have maybe known this. This guy's a big
Like
star.
this?
But
Okay.
I'll give you my answer.
Yeah, what's your answer?
I watched One Battle After Another.
Right.
And I didn't know when I started watching it that Benicio del Toro was in it. But that dude shows up on the screen. You're just like, oh, yeah, let's go.
He's the man.
This movie's about.
a good one.
This movie's about to get better because this guy just showed up. It was a
Same
captivating
vein
movie.
for me. Javier Bardem is always that.
Okay.
Yes.
He's awesome as well.
I know I've got a good answer for this, and I want to think of it, but I don't. I got to think. Not off the top of my head.
There's a lot.
Yeah, I want to have a good answer for
It's
this.
a little bit like on the comedy side when Wedding Crashers came out. I don't know that Will Ferrell was in.
Right.
No, not promoted at all.
And then
for
like,
it
hey, look at
or
that, it's Will
anything.
Ferrell. And for Interstellar, I don't know how much billing Matt Damon got.
He was like
Yeah, that's a
removed.
great appearance.
But he just like, oh,
He's in it for like a half hour.
Yeah.
He got like they
Such a
removed
good
him from
half
all
hour.
branding. He was a ghost in that movie.
Yeah.
And he came in and just dropped that performance in and was like in and out. That
It's
was
such a
It
good
was
half
awesome.
hour, though, that he's in it.
So
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. What a movie.
Anyway, 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. We're watching team speed skating now.
See, this looks more ridiculous to me than short track.
This looks like that one Sabres clip when they're in San Jose and they have three defensemen in the same spot. That very famous picture in like one of the tank years.
One hand on hip. Yeah.
Yeah. It's literally what they're doing.
It's a good one. My girlfriend was watching this the other day and was like, "What are they? What is this?
You could
Why are
convince
they
me
doing
that
this?"
it's synchronized skating. Is that what it is?
That's exactly what she said. And Tim and Brad yesterday were saying the same thing. Why do they all look so identical doing what they're doing? Like, it's not just that they have the same, like, it is step by step the same thing.
Yes.
The whole time. It's
Wait a minute.
crazy.
Hold on. This is U.S. versus Canada.
This is a pursuit.
We're in.
They have to
boy.
catch each other.
All right.
Now that I would watch.
That's what this is. You like they're marking each other on the half.
But they're not actually.
He's not playing tag.
It's like Tom Brady versus Peyton Manning. They're not actually on the field. I mean, they're on the field at the same time, but they'll never interact.
Right.
Because they're on
I would-
opposite ends.
I would sign up for a speed skating event where there's a chase and someone has to get the other person.
Like speed skating tag.
Yeah.
That sounds fun.
Each team gets to go once as the chaser and once as the chasee.
I want pursuit.
That'd be fun.
Time now for a speed skating pursuit. It's Canada and the Netherlands, and today's chaser is anyway. Marcel Louis-Jacques going to join us on the other side. Get the lowdown on what's going on with the Dolphins because they had big changes. Tyreek Hill, Bradley Chubb. We'll talk to him about that, what their plans might be going forward. Take more of your phone calls as well. Jeremy and Joe on WGR, 5:50 a.m. and on the FM dial now at 107.7 and 104.7. On the women's side, of course, the final will be tomorrow.
Yes, between Canada and the
Excuse
U.S.
me. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow?
Thursday. It's Thursday.
Tomorrow would be U.S. and Sweden. That's what
right.
I'm thinking.
That's right. Tomorrow's U.S. Sweden. Thursday is U.S. Canada final. That'll be 1:10 p.m. Switzerland and Sweden play for the bronze. At 8:40 in the morning. If the U.S. women were to lose to Canada, would it be Miracle on Ice Part 2? The U.S. women's team has dominated on a level that I should go back and check. Does the Soviet Union team of 1980 have like a plus 30 goal differential?
I think it might be a little higher because I think did you watch the Miracle documentary on Netflix? The 1981?
I don't remember. They beat somebody by 15?
More. I think I was stunned to see as they were, they did their couple minutes on, what the Soviets had been doing while the U.S. were, becoming a group. And they played, the Netherlands and beat them, 16-2.
Okay.
And then played Japan and won, 19-0. So they might have had a little higher of a number.
Okay.
But it's as close as I've ever seen. What's their goal? What's the Team USA goal differential right now? They've allowed one goal still in the whole tournament? Their numbers are insane. And meanwhile, Canada is having some trouble with Switzerland, which if you know anything about the women's game in women's tournaments recently, it usually is a long shot to have anybody that isn't the US or Canada play these teams close. Usually you're getting 5-0 minimum when they're playing other teams, when they're playing Sweden, when they're playing Finland, when they're playing Switzerland. And Canada, narrowly pulling one out against Switzerland and getting drubbed by the U.S. women earlier in the tournament. Yeah, they got to be a huge favorite, I think, going into tomorrow.
They are, in the tournament to this point, 31-1.
31-1. They've allowed one goal.
Yes.
Did you see the one goal? The one goal was a penalty shot as she was coming out of the box. So it wasn't it was a real goal, but there's no 5-on-5 play or rush or anything. That's the only scenario.
Scores 5-1-5-0-5-0-5-0-6-0-5-0.
Nuts.
Right.
Yeah.
And should you just guess 5-0 against Canada? I mean, they beat Canada 5-0 a week ago.
Right.
Tyreek Hill, Bradley Chubb. Anybody want to do either one of those? Because I don't want to do either one of those.
I mean, I don't think either would be expensive. I don't even want to entertain the idea of the Bills signing Tyreek Hill going forward. Just no interest whatsoever. Off that injury, he is a walking arrest every single spring, right? The list of things that he has done is offensive over the last 10 years. So don't want him. Chubb, if he's cheap, basically, to me. He has experience playing in this type of defense. Edge rusher. I don't like that his pass rush win rate numbers aren't very good. So maybe he'll be a trick to some team. Are there dumb teams out there that are still doing it just on sacks? Because if you look at that and say 20 sacks in the last 2 years, I'm in. But what is that going to cost you? Is that going to cost you what Joey Bosa cost you? $12 million? $13 million? He's not getting a big deal, a monster deal. So maybe I could be talked into him if the price was down and you're doing other stuff at the position too. But otherwise, like, I don't feel the need to want anything that Miami's cutting bait on right now. Like, Waddle would be the only name that I would want to be talking about from their current roster.
Eight days away from the Sabres' return on the 25th, but in the meantime, Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden in action today at 3:10, taking on Latvia. With a victory for Sweden, they'll move on to the quarterfinal where they'll face Tage Thompson and Team USA. In other news in the Olympics and Team USA, another dominant performance from the women's hockey team. They picked up another lopsided win after crushing Sweden in the semifinal, 5-0. They've breezed to the final, outscoring opponents 31-1 while recording 5 consecutive shutouts. They next play their rival Canada, who they have already obliterated in the prelims, in the gold medal game on Thursday. Elena Myers-Taylor won gold in women's monobob and became the oldest women's bobsled medalist at 41 years old. And Kaylee Humphreys won bronze. Look at the gold medal rankings. Norway on top, 28 total medals, 12 gold, 7 silver, 9 bronze. Italy in second, 23 total medals, 8 gold, 4 silver, and 11 bronze. And USA in third, 19 total medals, 6 gold, 8 silver, and 5 bronze. Looking around the NFL, teams can begin applying the franchise or transition tags today through March 3rd. Potential franchise tag candidates are George Pickens, Daniel Jones, Alec Pierce, Kyle Pitts, Kenneth Walker, Trey Hendrickson, and Breece Hall. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports it's unlikely the Seahawks will use their franchise tag on running back and Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker, per his league sources. The Dolphins have released wide receiver Tyreek Hill. Hill's agent, Drew Rosenhaus, said Hill wants to continue playing once he's fully recovered from his knee injury. They've also released linebacker Bradley Chubb. Mayweather versus Tyson is official. Floyd Mayweather Jr. and Mike Tyson will have an exhibition match in the Democratic Republic of Congo, tentatively agreed for April 25th of 2026, per Ring Magazine. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550, now on 107.7 and 104.7 FM.
He's 12 of 16. Lamb, the block. Oh, he's got him! He's got Hill! And they've got a touchdown! Oh, he smoked him!
Big news in Miami. The Dolphins start their next phase. Tyreek Hill, Bradley Chubb among the players that are out in Miami. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe, and we welcome in on the Western Hotline our good buddy Marcel Louis-Jacques, who on short notice, we sent him a text, and he was happy. Maybe not happy to join us. He said yes, either way. Good morning, Marcel. Always good to talk to you.
I was about to say, he said yes at least.
Yeah.
No, man, always happy to talk to you guys, man. It's good to hear from you.
Yeah, so Marcel, how shocking is any of what happened yesterday for the Dolphins? Big names on the move.
I don't know that it was shocking per se when you look at, you look at the reasons why. It was kind of like a surprise, the timing of it, one after another like that. But especially in Tyreek Hill's case, this is something I think even his own team was kind of either bracing for, if not like outright preparing and expecting as soon as John Eric Sullivan was hired. There's a few reasons, right? There's the financial reason. He was a $51 million cap hit. No more guaranteed money, but they can still save $23 million by releasing him immediately. The health, he says he's going to be ready to play in 2026, but that dislocated knee, that was a serious, gruesome knee injury. That's tough for anybody to come back from, and that also applies to a 31-year-old receiver whose game is predicated on his ability to get in and out of breaks quickly. And then the production has waned. And, some of that is obviously the injury. Some of that is the uneven quarterback play. But I'm less inclined to give Tyreek Hill a pass for bad QB play because Tyreek Hill once looked me in my eyes and told me I can put up numbers with you at quarterback. So when you say that, you don't get the excuse of, well, Tua stunk for 2 years. Or, well, you had to play with Skylar Thompson. Oh, you had to play with Tyler Huntley. Like, that doesn't work anymore. So, all that combined with the new general manager trying to put his own stamp on the team and build a new culture, like, it made sense. It made sense, and it's something that at least everybody down here, we were kind of expecting as soon as he was carted off the field. Matter of fact, there are people, I won't name names because I'll let him take his own victory lap on his time. There are people who have been saying for probably about 2 years now that Tyreek should be traded, and he looks pretty clairvoyant now in hindsight.
Do you think they would have moved on given what they're doing, even if he hadn't been hurt? I do, yeah. Unless somehow he bounced back to get another 1,700 yard season. Right.
Especially it's a new regime. And I wrote this yesterday, right? So John Eric Sullivan is a huge believer. If you've been paying attention to anything he said, huge believer in the draft, develop, re-sign model. And Tyreek's presence on the roster is sort of like the antithesis of that belief because he was highly productive those first 2 years, but he also cost a first-round pick, a second-round pick, 2 fourth rounds. You know what I'm saying? So, and Bradley Chubb as well. It hampered their ability to build through the draft. So when you have back-to-back classes with 4 draft picks in each of them, and exactly one of those picks has turned out to be a player. If you're the Dolphins, thank God for Devon Achane, because if you didn't hit on that, that is 2 drafts wasted where you have no players providing any depth or production. It's a no wonder this is one of the thinnest rosters in the NFL right now. Because you have to build through the draft and supplement through free agency. So, obviously the draft picks that's a sunk cost at this point, but Sullivan kind of sending the message and hitting the reset button just on the culture, the cultural aspect of rebuilding this team. So I understood. It was just it was a lot going on. I was on the phone with the team source about James Daniels, after the Bradley Chubb news had already come out. And they were pretty short with me. Their answers were pretty short with me. So, I joked. I was like, what, you're not happy to talk to me? You busy or something? And they're like, yeah, you should probably stay by your phone today.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. And about 90 seconds later, Tyreek news came out.
Yeah. Of the 3 players, who's got the most left?
Out of the 3 players, that's tough to say. I think Bradley Chubb was still productive last year, and the sack numbers don't jump out to you, but 8.5 sacks is still a pretty decent season. It's not for somebody with a $31 million cap hit this year, right, but it's a decent season considering he was double teamed on, I think, 26% of his rushes, and no other Dolphins player. Every other Dolphins player was allergic to the quarterback until week 9 when Zach Sealer started warming up or started getting loose. But no pass rusher, no edge rusher was even remotely close to being impactful for Miami last season other than Bradley Chubb. I think that was more of a financial standpoint because from a cultural standpoint, this is a guy in the locker room that you can build around. I was probably more surprised about Chubb than Tyreek, but again, financially, it makes sense. But it's still James Daniels, I think, is the youngest of the 3, or might be the youngest of the 3. But he's 2 years removed from an Achilles injury. He's now a year removed from a season-ending pec injury. I don't see how anybody trusts that.
Yeah, all 3 positions. Marcel Louis Jacques joining us on the Western Hotline on the Dolphins. All 3 positions are positions the Bills could, of course, be interested in it. Guard, they're gonna maybe lose their guard in David Edwards, and at receiver, we're always talking about that. But Chubb, you mentioned guy you can build around, spent time in the Vance Joseph defense in Denver, and here we have a Denver disciple in Jim Leonard. So with Chubb, you think in the right scenario it might be a good idea?
Yeah, I do. I think football is funny, though, right? Because like 3 years ago, fans up there were making fun of him for the emoji shirt. And now it's well, can we use them, actually?
That's right.
Like,
That's right.
Football is so fickle. I saw a Reddit post. I still dabble every now and then on the Bills subreddit, and I saw somebody say, like, don't even think about it with Tyreek Hill. And that would be an incredible heel turn for Bills fans to go from how they have been, how they have felt about Tyreek Hill over the past, let's call it 7 years, to saying, oh, well, actually, it might work for us.
Yeah.
But I think Bradley Chubb, again, I think any team that can sign Bradley Chubb should probably sign Bradley Chubb. That was one of my favorite players to cover over the past few years. He won our Media Good Guy Award this past year. Very consistent presence, win or lose, good game, bad game, 2 sacks, no sacks. You could always rely on Bradley to comment and speak, and we appreciate that from our job's perspective.
Marcel, how much further do you think they'll go? Like, will they go into potentially trading guys that might have value? Waddle specifically, I want to ask you about, because there were rumors about him here at the trade deadline. And then probably less on the Bills, but would they think about trading Achane, given that he's in the final year of his deal, or is he so good and young enough that they would just want to pay him?
That one's tough, because even finding a trade partner for Devon Achane, the value is going to be hit. The trade value is going to take a hit because of what you just said. Whoever trades for him is going to have to pay him. And because of that, you're not going to trade top dollar for the right to pay him. Like, it's more valuable if he's already under contract. So that one's going to be hard. Jalen Waddle, I think, is probably their most valuable trade asset right now, although it kind of tasted like vinegar, speaking about guys in terms of their trade value, but just from the business perspective. They could have had a first-round pick for Waddle from the Bills if they traded him this offseason. It wouldn't be till next year's draft, but somebody wanted to trade a first-round pick for Jalen Waddle at the very least. I don't see that happening within the division. I honestly, I think that's dumb, and I don't do a lot of criticizing personnel moves publicly. If they trade Jalen Waddle to the Bills, don't get mad at me, Bills fans, but I will call that move out with impunity if it happens. I think that is dumb. I think you're helping a division rival extend its gap, already sizable gap, over you. I don't care how long you plan on being bad for. The plan should never to be bad. Like, however bad you're going to be, you can't help division rivals get better. It's bad business. But I don't run an NFL team.
To that point,
I hate to dash people's hopes in Buffalo.
No, it's okay.
That would be an all-time dumb move for the Dolphins to do.
To that point, we've been talking about this morning. A bit of a Bills model if they wanted it, and you don't have to make this about trading with the Bills. You think Miami could be a candidate to get out of 11 in the interest of getting 2027 capital? Like the Bills did that with the Mahomes trade down. They go out, they get Tre'Davious White, and they add a first the following year when they're planning to trade up and get their quarterback. And like this year's quarterback class versus next year's quarterback class, could Miami be a candidate with a brand new regime to do something exactly like that?
It's not an awful idea, because I think right now there's so many holes on the roster that there's not one single player at their current draft position where it's like, we have to get this guy right now. But they can trade down and grab an edge rusher, they can grab a corner, they can grab a receiver, they can grab a lineman. There's a lot of different places that they can go. They need just talent and depth on this team right now. So I don't think that's the worst idea in the world. The quarterback class next year is obviously supposed to be way better, but this year's quarterback class was supposed to be really good too. So you got to be careful when planning that far in the future, but don't get it twisted. They are firmly in the Arch Manning hunt right now.
Yeah.
I don't think this team is tanking, so I'm not going to say that they're tanking. They are rebuilding, but by nature of a rebuild, they're in play for Arch, man.
Yeah, and there are 6 other guys that have been talked about as potential first next year. A couple of them were maybe going to come out this year, which is why it's deeper. And the Jets are in the division, and they're probably in the same race, which is funny that the two teams, would you even say the two teams that maybe are most likely in the league to get Manning next year might be both in the AFC East.
Yeah, and that's the problem because the Jets have a lot more draft capital at their disposal than Miami. I think they got a couple first rounders next year by virtue of a pretty successful little fire sale they had this season.
Yeah,
that's gonna be worse than the Jets.
Last thing for me quickly, Marcel. What do you think happens with Tua? Will they find a trade partner? Is there any chance he's back there this year?
I actually saw an interesting theory about the Titans last night. And I can't say that this is true at all or that this is even in the works, but the Titans have so much cap space that they could do something that is essentially called buying a draft pick. They can go buy a draft pick. So you trade for Tua. Miami sweetens the pot with a, third-round pick, give or take. You have the space to eat that cap hit from Tua. He is no threat to take over for Cam Ward, but he gives you a starter-quality backup if Cam Ward does get hurt, and you get an extra draft pick to build out of it. Like, I don't think it's the worst idea in the world, but I do think they try to trade Tua. I don't think there's a lot of scenarios out there that make sense to grab him, especially if the world knows that they want to get rid of Tua. But I don't see a world where he's Miami's starting quarterback next season. They're just the non-committal language. It kind of tells you everything you need to know here. I don't know who the quarterback's going to be. I don't even think it's going to be Malik Willis, despite all these reports. The money's a little tight down here, and I think Willis can command a good amount of it. But no, I don't think that he's the Dolphins quarterback. I think he's playing his football elsewhere in the fall.
All right. Marcel Louis-Jacques on the Western Hotline. Marcel, thanks so much on short notice, and thanks for all the info.
Of course, man. Anytime.
All right. Marcel Louis-Jacques of ESPN on the Dolphins. So, recapping, if you joined like halfway through, sounds like Chubb, yeah, do it. Good idea, right? And
if it's not a really expensive deal.
Right.
Hearing the double team stat is interesting because his pressure numbers don't look great. And maybe one thing that could excuse that a bit would be what he said, that he was getting double teamed all the time, which would make sense. I mean, Miami didn't really have anybody after they traded Jalen Phillips, right, on the other side. He's still not a guy I'd want to break the bank for. Like, that is a one-year deal. That's probably the Bosa contract again, to me. 1 year, $12 million. Like, that's the level of deal I think you're getting from a guy like that. And that, I think you're only doing if you don't land a bigger name. If you don't get Max Crosby, if you don't sign Trey Hendrickson. Like, to me, those are the guys that you're calling first, which is what's weird about the timing because Chubb can talk to teams now.
That's right.
And do you want to say, we actually like the player, we think 1 year, $10 million, something like that, isn't actually even that bad an idea, but if we do that, because we have such limited resources, are we admitting before even getting started that we're not in the Trey Hendrickson game? We're not in the Max Crosby game? Because I don't think you're doing both of those things.
He mentioned Chubb as being like a good locker room guy, stand-up leader kind of guy. He doesn't have any time crossing over with Jim Leonard. I mean,
Leonard was not there yet, I think, when he was in Denver.
Leonard joined Denver in 2024, and Chubb left Denver and went to Miami in
23, maybe?
2022.
2022.
So no crossover there. So it's, not that there has to be crossover, but the Bills will probably want players like that who, all right, he can play. He's been in the league. If he's been in this type of defense or however he's been used, is he the right kind of fit? It's definitely worth monitoring. I would put it way above any Tyreek Hill idea, personally.
But again, does the timing of it make it
harder?
Harder.
Because you're out of the game.
If you sign him, I don't think you are right. You're not chasing anyone else that's going to become available in 3 weeks.
Let me give you the next name here. When does Brandon Ayuk become freely available?
That's a great question.
If he's played his last down with the Niners, what are they just going to cut him?
They should just cut him now.
When does that happen?
That would be, I guess part of, though, isn't what you're doing by doing that a favor to the player to give him more time, maybe jump free agency and get a better deal that way? And I don't know, anything that gets written or talked about between the Niners and Ayuk's relationship sounds like they're in no mood to do him some favor.
But it doesn't do you any favors to wait.
I guess.
Right?
Doesn't do you any harm, though, does it?
Other than just having to, like, wait till the day to do it and then answer questions?
I guess. No, but I would prefer they do it. I don't know. I guess I would wonder why they would. Miami does it maybe out of what? I guess it could just be to get the ball rolling and, clear your cap out. And I guess if the Niners know we can escape his guarantees, which they already did that, then I guess you're right. Like, there really would be no need to wait if you're them.
SI.com, 5 teams that Ayuk could land with when he's released: Commanders, Raiders, Eagles, Texans, Chiefs.
I think he is a perfect candidate for that 1-year prove-it deal. 28, rebuild your value, show that you're still a 1,200-yard receiver, and then go make a big deal next year.
Where should he prove it?
I mean, here. What were the teams you just listed?
Commanders, Eagles, Raiders, Chiefs, and I forgot the fourth one.
Of those ones, I actually like the Commanders the most.
Texans.
Go to Washington, bad defense. They're going to be throwing the ball a lot, good quarterback, and no competition for targets.
Oh, Terry McLaurin.
Well, okay, one competition for targets. That's right. I like Washington for them. Kansas City just spreads the ball around too much, and I don't know when Mahomes is back.
Right.
So, that's not my best prove-it deal idea. Philly doesn't throw the football, and Vegas is a rookie. I think Washington of those teams, if I were him. I mean, if I were him, though, I'd want like the Bills. If I were any receiver that's looking at a prove-it deal, I want to play for the Bills. You have no competition at receiver,
am I positive
and I'm playing with Josh Allen.
Am I positive they're going to throw it?
No, I guess. And that's the same problem you'd have with like Philadelphia or Baltimore, I guess, for that matter.
They might throw it more. We'll see.
No, you're right, though, but I wouldn't be sure of that. Like, would I prefer a team? Who's the right team for that, though? You're a free agent receiver. You're Brandon Ayuk. Where's the perfect team? Because what you'd love to have is a top quarterback on an offense that throws the ball all the time, but like Dallas and Cincinnati already have 2 great receivers, so that's not going to work. I don't know if that team exists.
He probably wants to go to Washington. Didn't he play with Daniels? Or
yes, Arizona State.
Yeah,
there was a relationship there. That's right. And there have been rumors in the past.
And
too,
Jaden Daniels is pushing for a reunion.
Okay,
so like they're swirling,
and they need a receiver.
Washington
McLaurin
is a good answer here.
Yeah, that's right.
We're watching Gold Zone. Curling's got a scandal.
The Canadian women just finished theirs. I didn't see any hubbub in that game.
Did you see the Dual Moguls event where the woman fell or the person fell and then bumped right back up to their skis and crossed the line? It was amazing.
No.
Like a controlled fall, like it was on purpose, like it was a trick. It was impressive.
They get big crowds for biathlon. Those stands are full. Is that the sport you'd want to watch as a spectator? What's the best spectator sport at the Olympics?
I think you're falling prey to. They don't really get big crowds. Just like they're the only place to sit. What else are you going to do? Go out on the course?
I mean, the curling.
It's a 10K course and go stand out at K3 and be like, yeah, I'm here. You'd want to go where the shooting is. Otherwise, it's just a person skiing past you.
Skiing past you at like 5 miles an hour.
Here's where you sit for biathlon if you want to see it.
That's a good point.
Because
I would probably want to go take in I would go to the curling arena. That's what I'd want to do.
Yeah.
I'm inside. Although, is that a good spectator sport? What's the best spectator sport there? You make a good point about the skiing.
Right.
You only see something every 5 minutes, and they're not going that fast.
Kids, we're going out to turn 74 on the biathlon course.
Right.
Oh, man. All right.
Oh, big air snowboarding. That's the event I'd want to go.
Yes,
I'd want to sit there.
I would watch that. I would definitely watch that. All right. NFL offseason is underway. Maybe some Bills news, some restructures soon.
Maybe some cuts.
Maybe some cuts.
They could cut guys. What are they waiting for?
Let's go. Let's have them.
Give Curtis Samuel 2 extra weeks to find a new team.
Yeah, because the Bills know as soon as they open up one receiver roster spot, I'm just dialing this thing up even louder. Jeremy and Joe on WGR and now on the FM dial, 104.7 and 107.7 FM. The edge rusher point. We'll get to your calls. I want you to give this stat you gave to me about quick pressures.
Yeah.
Because this was, I I feel like when Joe told me this during the break, it was one of those like, yeah, that actually makes tons of sense, but still kind of dropped my jaw.
Yeah, so it's not just about how often you get pressures. To go even deeper on it, we were talking about this with Bradley Chubb because he doesn't have a lot of pressures. He had a lot of sacks, but he didn't have a lot of pressures. And not only that, but how long does it take you? We had, was it Joe Marino or Chris Trapasso? One of our guests recently talked about Rousseau and how he gets his win rate's high, but it takes him forever to beat that tackle. And you look at the top guys in the league in quick pressure, so under 3 seconds. How long does it take you to get to the quarterback? And Abdul Carter led the league. He had 48 of those. The other guys near him, Nick Bonito, Will Anderson, Micah Parsons, Miles Garrett. That's your top five.
These are like the 5 best.
All the best.
The guys that are terrors for the quarterback.
Josh Hines, Allen, Jeffrey Simmons, Aiden Hutchinson, Chris Jones, Brian Burns. Like the top, it's all the best pass rushers in the league.
Where are they in the numbers? Because
they're at 35, 33, 31, 27, 27. Like these guys are getting
27 plus for the elite pass rusher.
Yeah.
Okay.
Greg Rousseau last year, quick pressures. He got to the quarterback in under 3 seconds. He had 6. Total for the year, he had 6, which ranked 140th in the NFL. Not saying he's a bad player.
No.
Just there is another level. There's a different type of rusher that I think are the more valuable ones. And it's the guys that, yeah, they get there, but what value really is it if, okay, you beat your tackle, but it took you 5 seconds to do it? And the only reason you were even had the opportunity to win it is because the quarterback hung onto the ball long enough. So to me, that almost sounds like it inflates some guys' numbers, or you just have different types of edge rushers. And to me, when you see the list of the guys that are doing it the most, it's all the best guys in the league.
Tyreek Hill, Bradley Chubb. Anybody want to do either one of those? Because I don't want to do either one of those.
I mean, I don't think either would be expensive. I don't even want to entertain the idea of the Bills signing Tyreek Hill going forward. Just no interest whatsoever. Off that injury, he is a walking arrest every single spring, right? The list of things that he has done is offensive over the last 10 years. So don't want him. Chubb, if he's cheap, basically, to me. He has experience playing in this type of defense, edge rusher. I don't like that his pass rush win rate numbers aren't very good. So maybe he'll be a trick to some team. Are there dumb teams out there that are still doing it just on sacks? Because if you look at that and say 20 sacks in the last 2 years, I'm in. But what is that going to cost you? Is that going to cost you what Joey Bosa cost you? $12 million? $13 million? He's not getting a big deal, a monster deal. So maybe I could be talked into him if the price was down and you're doing other stuff at the position too. But otherwise, like, I don't feel the need to want anything that Miami's cutting bait on right now. Like, Waddle would be the only name that I would want to be talking about from their current roster.
If it's touched, it's going to be removed.
Like when you let go?
0% chance.
Come on.
Another angle?
I've never done it in my life.
No, there's nothing you can do
You can
about
see
it.
your finger as it comes off.
Okay.
Ah, the sounds of curling cheating. You can all recognize those sounds, right? Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Tuesday. Foggy. It's foggy out there.
It's clearing a little, but it's still pretty foggy, yeah.
Wonder if we can need Bills cuts today.
Taylor Rapp and Curtis Samuel. I wouldn't expect a big surprise. Right.
No.
Trying to think. Anything they could even realistically do that would come off as surprising to me would be like Knox. That's it. Right? If they released him, I would go like, whoa, didn't expect that. But but they could do it. There's no reason to cut.
Same. Yeah.
At Oliver or anybody else. So
I'd be very surprised about Dawson Knox if that was a cut and not a restructure or repayment. Maybe they're working through those details now. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Coming up later, maybe you heard Brad Ryder and Tim Graham on yesterday. Was such a hit. Tim's gone. No, Tim's out ill. It's unfortunate timing. We hope Tim starts to feel better. But Brad will still be here is the plan from what I understand. And stepping in with Brad will be Owen Parker, the parlay killer. So you're jumping in this afternoon?
Yeah, I'm gonna play sidekick for Brad Ryder this afternoon for a couple hours. It's gonna be a good time. I'm excited about it. It was great listening to them yesterday. I'm sad Tim's out today because I love him.
I listened yesterday. I enjoyed it very much.
Yeah, it was great. I'm pumped up about it. We're gonna have a good time. Talk some Bills, talk some Sabres. We'll get into it. It's gonna be nice.
The sickness is going around. This it happens to me every year where we get through like December, January. I'm like, oh, maybe we're not. No one's gonna get. And then the house starts to get sick.
Yep.
And it is a rolling avalanche because we have 3 kids and 2 adults in our house, and however many people you have in your house. It's like, oh, someone is sick. We can't get sick because, I got sick. I must have got what they got. Now they're over it. Now they have what? They have what I have? I thought I had what they had. It's just a rolling avalanche. It's like the OSHA counter, days without a child throwing up in our house. Like reset it. It's hourly.
Yeah.
Everyone's sick all the time. So anyway, and it's break for them this week. So
right, yeah. So we got all kinds of stuff to say. Brad's got years and years and years of takes to unload on all of us.
Yes, he does.
And I'm just gonna sit there and get barraged. It's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it. I was in Brad's wedding when I was a very small child.
I was also in Brad's wedding.
Yep.
He was a ring bearer.
It's pretty young groomsman there.
Yeah, I was a tiny little ring bearer.
A ring bearer.
Nice.
You were probably not tiny.
I was like 5.
Yeah, but you were probably like 5'10".
Yeah, right. I was probably like
at 5 years old.
Yeah, I mean, you were definitely not tiny at 5, right?
I grew fast for sure. So, but I'll dig a picture up and you guys will have a good one.
Yeah,
it's gonna be.
I see that.
Oh yeah, you're in for a treat.
I've got pictures of me from Brad's wedding. I look like a different person too. Long time ago.
No beard.
No beard.
No beard.
No beard. Shorter hair.
Which we're shaving at the start of the Sabres playoff season, right? Did we decide that?
I am not doing that.
I think that was discussed, wasn't it? You got to reset.
I will
reset the playoff beard. Everyone's got to do it.
I will trim it down to like short beard, but I am not shaving.
Clean shaven.
Not doing.
It's got to be clean shaven. Or it's not a real reset.
Well, fine. I will accept that. I can't scar my kids and my wife.
They'll be fine.
I'd scar my wife.
You record one of those videos you see where like their reaction when they see you for the first time without
It's never a good one.
No.
Like you don't want
No,
to do
you're
that.
right. It usually is an upset child. You're right. It usually is upset.
No way. I can't do that.
Want some trivia?
Yeah.
I got some wide receiver trivia, which is right up your alley.
Well, if you insist.
Wide receiver trivia.
Why are you guys always talking about wide receiver? I try to get onto different topics every once in a while.
So Tyreek Hill was released yesterday. This is, I guess, inspired by him on the field. He had 2 seasons of 1,500-plus yards in his career. In the last 20 years, there are 8 other receivers with multiple 1,500-yard seasons. Who are those 8? 8 receivers with multiple 1,500-yard seasons.
In the last 20 years?
In the last 20 years.
Okay. I want to I don't want to be wrong in the first one I throw out here, so give me a minute to think about this.
Okay.
Multiple 1,500-yard seasons.
Yep.
Did one of them happen the last 2 seasons?
No.
Okay. That takes out Puka. I thought he'd be close.
Puka has 1.
Diggs? Is he close?
Diggs.
He had
0.
He didn't have
1, 2020.
And then the year after, did he go for 1,450?
Let me get that number for you.
I feel like he was close.
I feel like he was close, too.
All right.
Yeah.
In the next year, he had 1225. Then the next year, he had 1429.
That's the one.
So he came 70 yards away in 22, but he didn't get there.
Julio Jones.
Julio Jones did it 3 times.
I feel good about that one. That was the first name I wrote down.
There were 4 guys that did it 3 times.
4 guys did it 3 times.
He's one of them.
Last 20 years?
Last 20 years.
It's like Jerry Rice is
cut
not.
you off in 2005.
All right, so
no Jerry Rice.
Are we at Randy Moss? No, he didn't do it that. Moss was always dominant, but I feel like his volume seasons were in touchdowns, not yards.
And I think they were earlier.
Calvin Johnson?
Calvin Johnson twice, 2011 and 2012.
Calvin Johnson,
By
Julio
the way,
Jones.
surprisingly, Hill is the only NFL receiver that I found. Maybe I'm going to double check this because the list I have at StatHead has him as the only receiver in NFL history to have 1,700 yards twice.
Dang.
D-Hop?
D-Hop. DeAndre Hopkins did it twice, 2015 and 2018.
All right. I'm going to go for one here. Andre Johnson.
Andre Johnson did it 3 times.
All right.
2008 through 2012.
He was great. 5th overall pick.
Mike Evans had a ton of 1,000-plus yards. Did he ever get there?
Once. 2018.
Who were just...
And once he got to 1,000, he was good.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'll hang out until the playoffs.
We got 4 of the 8.
4 of the 8.
AB?
Ooh, Antonio Brown.
Antonio Brown did it 3 times all in a row.
That's a good answer.
Wow. Gosh, he was so good at football.
They have a Hall of Fame decision eventually on him. He might be in prison by the time
I'm just going to start
that
naming
happens,
the
but-
best receivers of a generation.
Right,
Like
like-
Marvin Harrison?
No.
Terrell Owens?
No.
Okay.
Ocho Cinco?
No. I don't see these guys on here at all. But that seems impossible.
That does seem unlikely to me.
T.O. might have done it before 2005.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
that-
not
that-
on here.
That would make sense.
He didn't get there with the Bills. If you
And
were-
Marvin,
if you were
and
wondering.
Marvin Harrison's too far back also.
T.O. never had 1,500 yards.
He got to 14-plus twice.
Not one time did he have 1,500 yards. That is surprising.
That is
I mean, he's like 3rd all time in every receiving category.
Yeah.
Also, love going to T.O.'s Pro Football Reference page because it always reminds me that his middle name is Eldorado.
Marvin Harrison
Which is
did
a
it.
great middle name.
What years are we here? Last 20 years?
Last 20 years.
Marvin
Why
Harrison is incorrect, but he did do it 3 times.
Before that?
Yeah, 99, 2001, and
All right.
2002.
Half credit.
Did Steve Smith ever get there?
Once.
All right.
Just once.
Give us franchises.
Okay. You've got a couple of guys who played in the NFC North. 3 guys who played in the NFC North.
Not Justin Jefferson. Did we say him?
You did not say Jefferson. He did it 3 times all in a row.
Justin Jefferson.
got that, huh?
Another guy in the NFC North?
2 other guys that played in the NFC North.
Jennings?
Nope.
Devontae Adams.
You got the right team, though. Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
Did it twice. You got another guy. The NFC North hint might be unfair to this guy because I'm not sure he did it while in the NFC North.
Brandon Marshall?
Brandon Marshall.
I knew that was going to be a right answer.
Good guess.
He's always
Yep.
like the sneaky good receiver stat answer.
He did it once for the Bears and once for the Jets. Put him in the Hall of Fame right now. He had 1,500 yards on the Chicago Bears and the New York Jets.
That seems...
Give him a statue at Canton.
Missing one more? One more.
What conference division is this one?
No, you got the list.
Oh,
that's
it?
it?
Oh, that's it.
Oh,
That was it.
Jefferson, Adams, and Marshall. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Those are your 8. Not bad.
All right.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-552-550.
Other guys, by the way, that did it once. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Michael Thomas, Jordy Nelson, Josh Gordon did this. Victor Cruz
Victor Cruz.
did it. Some of these guys never
It's
came
a
close
name I've
again.
not heard in quite some time, Victor Cruz.
Victor Cruz had 0 yards in his first year, 1,500 yards in his second year.
He was good. He was exciting. He got hurt. That's what happens.
Yeah. Yep, bad injury problems for him.
803-0550, the phone number.
Later, we got Latvia and Sweden. We need Latvia to drain every ounce of effort and energy out of Sweden. Because they play back-to-back days. They'll play tomorrow against the U.S.
Yeah. One thing, quick Bills note here. I think we're all kind of like eager to see how the Bills look different.
Mm-hmm.
One thing about it's funny, interesting. I saw Matty Glab had a piece up at BuffaloBills.com about how the new Bills head coach Joe Brady is creating a culture of energy and love, and the only thing I notice is that some of the things Joe Brady says are gonna sound so familiar because he has been here for a little while. The headline on the piece is "Be the best version of themselves," right? Like, and that is like I've heard that before. That's a McDermottism. Like, actually, wait a minute, no, maybe that is a Bradyism. McDermott and Brady aligned pretty well. And it's going to be a strange little transition here because often when teams fire a coach, they go to something else. They are distancing themselves from what they once were. And while the Bills are maybe back channeling some of that, there is a lot that's just going to sound the same. Because it's not we need to get, you fire Rex and you hire this guy, or you fire Marone, you hire this guy, or you fire Mike McDaniel, and you hire this guy. Teams swing their pendulum from offense to defense, from players coach to disciplinarian. And in the case of the Bills firing Sean McDermott and going with a new idea at all, never mind who it is, then going in-house, like the idea that they want to distance themselves or change everything, like they don't. They want to change their outcomes, but be the best version of yourself. And here's, in the piece, there's a quote from there's a quote about Deion Dawkins, like, you want to walk around shirtless and be yourself. Like, Deion's always been doing that. That's not new. Like, this is so there are elements of the culture that are going to sound very, very familiar. And I kind of had to tell myself, like, well, that's because they didn't change everything. They don't want to change everything. And Brady at his presser was so, I guess, determined to thank McDermott and point the good things that he did. That, like, it's obvious he doesn't feel the need to walk away from the way that McDermott ran the team and those elements. Now, there have been other parts of the story about the training staff and how the way that they're going to, I guess, work with the athletes will be very different. Pro Football Talk had a piece up there. Tyler Dunn had a point about this as well, that players have expressed concern. John Feliciano had a tweet over the weekend about travel being a big problem. I think the Bills got rated an F in travel.
F in travel, and then they also it was low on the training staff, where it wasn't enough full-time staff, I think was the complaint from the players about the trainers, that there weren't enough full-time trainers.
Feliciano tweeted, "Travel was hilarious. Nothing pissed me off more than walking past coaches in first class like they were the ones about to go to war." He said the training room has stars in it and mentions like 3 or 4 people in the training room, but needs more.
Yeah.
So it's former Bill John Feliciano, his take on it. So, you know.
And that's not going to be released public anymore, I don't think, unless it's just going to be leaked now.
Right. The report cards, the NFLPA report cards are a thing of the past.
They could just leak it to the media.
True.
I think.
Jeremy and Joe will wrap things up. Extendo Sports, hand off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show.
See, I want to watch this guy. Let me just hang out in the woods. They're skiing through the woods right now. I can't just stand and lean on a tree.
I guess you could. Just stand by a tree by yourself.
There's nobody in there.
No. Not a lot of return on investment for standing there. They're skiing for an hour and a half. All right. Extendo Sports coming up. It's WGR on the FM dial now at 104.7, 107.7 FM. To get to this point about what the Bills have, at NFL.com, they have a piece up here from NFL researcher Zach Kopel. And he writes a piece, it's very basically broken down. Like, how much cap space does every team have? And how much draft capital does every team have? And he just kind of averages them together. That's it. For instance, the Raiders have the second most cap space and the second most draft capital. All right. The Jets have the fourth most cap space and the most draft capital. And he gives them a composite score. Where do you rank from 1 to 32 on how much stuff you have this offseason? And they wrote a breakdown for every team. I mentioned Vegas 1, the Jets 2, the Titans are tied there. The Steelers are actually 4th. They have some good cap space and a lot of draft stuff. The Rams are 5th in terms of what they have to spend this year. All right, talk to me once you get to a team I care about. Cincinnati 7th, New England 8th, Baltimore 10th. Bills are 32.
32.
Dead last. They are 28th in cap space available and 25th in draft capital. The composite of the two puts them in last. So you want to have a big offseason? So do I. They might want to also. They have, comparatively, the least to work with. Does that sound like the right kind of time to trade up? You might say maybe no.
Yeah.
But the way for me to get more this year is to trade something from next year. On the women's side, of course, the final will be tomorrow.
Yes, between Canada and the
Excuse
U.S.
me. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow?
Thursday. It's Thursday.
Tomorrow would be U.S. and Sweden.
That's right. That's right. Tomorrow's U.S. Sweden. Thursday is U.S. Canada final. That'll be at 1:10 p.m. Switzerland and Sweden play for the bronze. At 8:40 in the morning. If the U.S. women were to lose to Canada, would it be Miracle on Ice Part 2? The U.S. women's team has dominated on a level that I should go back and check. Does the Soviet Union team of 1980 have like a plus 30 goal differential?
I think it might be a little higher because I think did you watch the Miracle documentary on Netflix? The 1981?
I don't remember. They beat somebody by 15?
More. I think I was stunned to see as they were, they did their couple minutes on, what the Soviets had been doing while the U.S. were, becoming a group. And they played, the Netherlands and beat them, 16-2.
Okay.
And then played Japan and won, 19-0. So they might have had a little higher of a number.
Okay.
But it's as close as I've ever seen. What's their goal? What's the Team USA goal differential right now? They've allowed one goal still in the whole tournament? Their numbers are insane. And meanwhile, Canada is having some trouble with Switzerland, which if you know anything about the women's game in women's tournaments recently, it usually is a long shot to have anybody that isn't the US or Canada play these teams close. Usually you're getting 5-0 minimum when they're playing other teams, when they're playing Sweden, when they're playing Finland, when they're playing Switzerland. And Canada, narrowly pulling one out against Switzerland and getting drubbed by the U.S. women earlier in the tournament. Yeah, they got to be a huge favorite, I think, going into tomorrow.
They are, in the tournament to this point, 31-1.
31-1. They've allowed one goal.
Yes.
Did you see the one goal? The one goal was a penalty shot as she was coming out of the box. So it wasn't it was a real goal, but there's no 5-on-5 play or rush or anything. That's the only scenario.
Scores 5-1, 5-0, 5-0, 5-0, 6-0, 5-0.
Nuts.
Right.
Yeah.
And should you just guess 5-0 against Canada? I mean, they beat Canada 5-0 a week ago.
Right.
Snowing at the biathlon. Out here in the elements.
At the Winter Olympics?
In the elements.
Big crowd.
Yeah.
Jeff Skinner got bought out.
Saw that.
Any interest? No.
Bring back between two stalls. That's what owner.
I was going to say, can he come back just to do that?
He get bought out twice then?
Yeah.
Wow. Is he the most bought out NHL player ever?
Twice in 2 years.
Anybody else been bought out like that?
I don't know.
Or did you just get unconditionally released? Did they buy him out or just release him?
Bought him out for the purpose of termination is the way it was labeled. Terminating the contract, probably.
You know what? He just like come to town and smile. And
that'd be perfect.
And maybe the sun would come out.
Just be like the, director of vibes, Jeff Skinner. It's probably over for him.
Yeah.
He can't score at the rate he used to, and obviously when that was done for him, he was going to be done. But he got, good for him. He got to the playoffs.
Yes, he did.
And he scored in his first game.
Understanding that their situations are not exactly the same, is Skinner's big, long contract a cautionary tale for an Alex Tuch big, long contract? Scoring rate? Now, Skinner doesn't do other things. Tuch does other things, right?
Let me ask you a question. If I told you, can I eliminate the Kruger 2 seasons because we all know that was a joke?
Yes.
Okay, so take the Kruger part of it out.
Like Kruger owes him like 50 goals.
Yeah, if I told you that, so Jeff Skinner signed an 8-year deal with the Sabres, right? If I told you that the same thing's going to happen with Tuch, he's going to be there for 5 years, he's going to be good for 4, in the 5th year, you'll see some decline, but he's still going to score 24 goals for you, and then you're going to buy him out. Would you do the deal? Because I still would. I would tell you right now, if Jeff Skinner, if Alex Tuch went the same route Jeff Skinner did, and I was buying him out in 5 years, after 4 really good years, and 1 year that even the bad one was a 24-goal season, I would think that's a win.
Remind me, the buyout is 1/3 or 2/3, and it's depending on age.
It's depending on age, and it's depending on...
Because you could sign...
Well, no, it's only depending on age if you're, I think, 25 or younger.
Oh, I thought it was 35 or older.
You're right. I think you're right on that, too.
Because what a team could do, like the Sabres, if a player signs a multi-year contract at the age of 35, it's different. So it's not under contract at the age of 35.
Right.
This is the kind of question I was not prepared to answer spontaneously. Basically, let's look at it like this.
What happens if I buy out Tuch in 5 years?
Very quickly, look at it like this. It's the same as the NFL salary cap where, wow, dead money, what a mistake. Teams plan for that. You absolutely plan for that. Dead money in the future is money you didn't pay 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It exists so you can move around. And if you're a team, you're making the case here, and you'll convince me in 10 seconds, sign Tuch, and if you buy him out in 5 years, so what? That's the plan.
Absolutely.
Okay. Then that's fine. Don't expect it to be great in 8 years. Expect it to be great for 4. And in year 5, ride it as long as you can. And as you buy it out, put it on your cap. The cap will be way high. You won't need the space.
Yep.
All right. Sold. We're back tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. Have a good day. Now on 104.7 and 107.7. How was it over there? Let us know. And we'll be back there tomorrow and every day here on WGR.